All right, I think we're probably going to get started for today's agenda. So I just want to say thank you for everyone that's joining here in person, and also if anybody is tuning into our live stream as well. And that's actually our first time that we're doing, kind of testing this out. So it's going to be kind of troubleshooting and some technical difficulties possibly along the way. But otherwise, I would like for us to just get started. And again, thank you for being here and also being willing to be open to having discussions about artificial intelligence. And everybody has their own perspectives and also personal, maybe values, beliefs when it comes to utilization of these tools. I think pretty much for us as an organization, which I'll kind of get to talk a little bit more about too, is our initiative is just really wanting to carve out a time and a space for folks, whether you're young or you're an educator, a professional, a community member, or a sheep herder, or anything along those lines. I think our purpose is just wanting to provide a space for us to kind of have this dialogue about what is AI, and are there impacts to us as Native people? Are there impacts to our communities? Are there impacts to our family members and our homes? So I think those are good questions that are not necessarily always talked about within our communities, or even granted space to provide time to have these types of conversations. So I appreciate folks' willingness to show up and participate. We're going to be able to kind of do some hands-on activities in our unique network of folks that we work with through universities such as Tufts Center for Engineering Education and Outreach provides a lot of support in those methods as well. And just kind of like a little overview for today's agenda. So this morning I'll be kind of going through just a little bit of a walkthrough, kind of an introduction, discussion around what is AI, and we're going to spend a little bit of time talking amongst ourselves in little groups with folks near ourselves. Then we'll get to have Dr. Toney present a little bit more about the history and also more of those details pertaining to that. And as well as one of our teachers that we worked with and collaborators, Mykl Greene from St. Michael's Indian School, who's also just recently finished at Nauvoo Tech's master's program, I believe, in electrical engineering. So that's awesome. Then for lunch will be delivered here, I believe, and most of our internal organizers are going to go downstairs and have lunch. Then we should be back in the room about 12:50. But folks can also stay here. We're going to have like a video podcast playing for at least half an hour that kind of talks a little bit more about just conversation around AI, which I think might be interesting. So I might be here throughout lunch too in the room, so I'll be around. Then after lunch, we're going to have a little bit more of interactive stations in between some. We'll try to make some space where we can interact with some of the things that we brought, such as smart motors, demonstration, Lego Spike Prime kits in the back. I know some of our teachers have been able to utilize that in some of their classrooms. Then we have a presentation about the Data Center Resilience Initiative by Crystal Tubles from Honor the Earth. And so they do a lot of research and in-depth kind of informational programming about the impacts of data centers to Native communities. So I think that'll be definitely a good information that we'll be learning from that. Then after that, our last kind of activity for the day is going to be a panel discussion between myself, Dr. Jones, Dr. Miranda Haskie, in addition to Dr. Toney as well. So yeah, So what is our goal of the summit, and who is Karma? So I'll provide a little bit of background when it comes to who is Karma and what programs we offer. But I'll kind of get into our mission state a little bit in a couple slides. And I think in addition to some of the programs that we run and the workshops that we provide to our community members, I always kind of like to include the word learning in our workshops because I'm a learner, you're a learner, and I think we're just providing a space for all of us to learn as a collective. So I always kind of like that perspective that we're all kind of learners in a sense, and you know, I'm gonna learn some things from you guys, and hopefully you'll get to learn some things from us. And when it comes to part of our programs and initiatives with Karma, a lot of it focuses on building relationships with technology. And what does that really kind of look like? I know we're always very cautious and wanting to be respectful when it comes to culture. But also I think there's this adaptation that we have as Native people that's very innate in us, especially for Navajos. You know, when we think about 3D printing technology and things like that, it might feel far-fetched. But when we look at our own tools as Dene or other Native peoples, we've constructed our own tools. And for instance, you know, the rug weaving, the loom, is very structured similarly through a 3D printer. So maybe we can find some findings where there's similarities connecting those cultural aspects when we talk about AI. And maybe we won't, you know, maybe we won't find a connection, and that's something that's totally open and welcome. But if folks have their phones and like to scan this QR code, the question I'm gonna propose for this morning and for us to kind of reflect throughout the day is, what are we open to learning today? And it can be anything small from, like, you know, utilizing these resources to create lesson plans, to create, you know, emails, or, you know, helping to ask some questions about culture-related stuff. But I'll give a few moments. I believe it should just pop up the responses as well. Cool. Relatability of AI, I think is a good one. New AI tools, how to integrate culture, everything. AI everything. Cool. Digital sovereignty, AI. Nice. How to integrate culture. Benefits and pitfalls. Cool. Using AI with students, that's a huge one. Cool. Awesome. As I let that kind of populate a little bit, I would just maybe also like to recognize that I did not necessarily get to introduce myself. So, my name is Keanu Jones. Nakerene Lishle, Tutsoni Bashishin, Hashganzo, Shichedo, Touching Industriale, Nilea Dahilene Dent Nasha, Shamae Loretta Jones Wea, Aldo Shije Ben Jones Wea. My specific title is the Executive Development Associate for KEA Advanced Rural Manufacturing Alliance. But I wear many hats when it comes to our organization, as far as helping to facilitate this conference, getting some folks and working with them, and also just providing workshops to the community and working with a lot of students is kind of my forte. In addition to a lot of like media stuff, and I have a heavy media background as well. So my role in Karma has really been kind of developing and designing programs for Karma that is a mesh of media, but also even these STEM tools and coding and things like that. So we're just kind of finding a good blend of those things. But yeah, I think these are good responses for us for today as we think about, some of the things we hope to inquire and maybe learn a little bit more throughout the day. For Karma, our mission statement is strengthening cultural resilience by creating economic opportunity in Native communities through workforce development and entrepreneurship in advanced manufacturing and technology. So, in a sense, I guess I would say that we do focus a lot on how do we view technology as a a solution or as a possible tool within our community. That can look like entrepreneurship things, or even prototyping, or some of these workshops and things of working with students is exposing them to some of these skill sets when it comes to coding or even the media background, because I think we kind of see those as a lot of useful workforce skills in the future for sure. There is probably going to be a huge demand when it comes to workforce skill sets within the sector of AI as well. And so I wanted to include this kind of response that came from one of our previous interns. His name is Robinson Tom, and he's studying out in Harvard right now for his PhD, and he was a great Karma intern. And one of the things that he kind of prompted, I guess, his chat with ChatGPT was this conversation of how do you explain AI in the sense, to a community member or like a Navajo perspective, while inclusion of just that this perspective. And so this is what it kind of spit out, and we can believe it as something that's necessarily true or not, but it's it's just an amalgamation of a lot of information. But what it says is the wind does not own this. This is ChatGPT's response. The wind does not own the songs it carries. It moves them from one place to another so that they can be heard. AI is similar. It can help move knowledge, but it is not the people who create meaning from it. There was also a reference to Mykl and the story of the stars being scattered across the sky. The point wasn't that AI is coyote, but that patterns, imperfections, and unexpected connections can sometimes reveal new ways of seeing. AI often works similarly by finding connections across many stories, pieces of information. If I were to summarize that entire discussion in one sentence, from a Diné perspective, AI is best understood not as a source of wisdom, but as a tool that carries and connects knowledge, while wisdom remains rooted in Ke, lived experience, community, and Hoja. I guess maybe I would pose to the group, what are your feelings to a machine having that response? Anybody?
Say that again?
How does this response from a machine make you feel?
Very powerful.
Very powerful.
It's very interesting because I've been like trying to use the what's it called? The Copilot. The Copilot. I've been using Copilot recently, and I noticed that every time I ask a question about a culture or about anything that has to do with student learning, and it's really interesting how it gave me back those responses in terms of Navajo. It's like, this thing knows me. How does it know me? And how does it know that I have these cultural ideas about Navajo culture where it's like, how does it know? And then it starts generating things that are spelled in Navajo too. It's like, oh my God, how does it know how to spell all these? And where is it coming from? And so, and a lot of those spellings are just like right on, like it's so interesting. Just like the word care right there, like it spelled it. Like how does it know how to spell it? And it's not even like we don't have like a total dictionary anywhere yet. But it's like it's really fascinating because like and it's how connected the AI to the coyote. I feel like how does it know the story behind coyotes, and how we understand coyotes doing all these different things, but it's really the moral of the story that we pick up from there, and that's pretty much what it's saying, right? And so I mean it blows my mind how this whole thing works. Yeah.
Cool. We just do 2 more responses, Mykl, then Joe.
Well, I really love that we're here to see, like, guys, how do you do this? Or how did that happen? And being part of this creation of AI, you know, and doing it, the more you talk to it, it means that a lot of Navajo people who know stuff are using it, the tools, and it gets smarter, and it learns these things, and it remembers them, and it adds to that collective. So that's a lot of, it's a tool, but it's a tool that connects your knowledge and your knowledge and your knowledge. And you can train your tool different, and you can use it differently, and so that's why it's exciting. I already learned 2 new tools because of you guys.
Joe?
Good morning. Thank you, grandson. Okay. Also, Jim is here. Good morning. I just keep in line with the CEO here, how he says karma. So I shouldn't forget that to start out with. And also the president here, the director, should see. Good morning. Exactly. In some ways, very, very similar. And initially, myself, I wasn't really too acclimated. I can remember what AI is doing. But after experiencing, looking at other things beyond what's out there, other than a learning tool or something, a data gathering mechanism that makes things simpler, I've looked at it in some ways. The conclusion, this money guy is actually a deity. He's a spirit back then. And when these deities got together trying to formulate something, they were kind of a little, how shall I call it, off common, if you will. They just kind of didn't really know what's going on. And he had to go in to kind of mess things up with it, to make them think, you put it back in order. That was his function. And one of the things that he was saddled with was, from now on to time immemorial, that he's going to be the warning, the messenger person. He's not a bad person. If you see him doing something in our culture, we start remembering our spirituality, how we're going to go. It's a warning to us. It's common sense is like 6 sense. What we have, most of us are born with 5 senses. But the 6th sense it has, it wakens that up, and then of course the 7th sense is we go do it. You know, we take care of our spirituality. And AI is kind of like in traditional side. It's like having the meaning of an arrowhead or a chanter or a spiritual leader in our culture. And other indigenous culture, they have that. They have this, they call it jish. They have the holy weapons there. You have to be very careful with it. It's a good thing, this the weapon that we have, or holy weapon, in our thinking. That's why well-versed people, well-connected people, stable people are the ones that are carrying these out there to use it to help people. And I believe AI is the same thing. And I believe in one of our the congressional debates, there was pros and cons, and a lot of them is it'd be spooky if it falls into the wrong hand with a different type of intent. And the same way with our spiritual weapon, that can happen the same thing. So basically, it's a positive, it's a good thing, but we have to be careful. Like our Father, the Son, gave us these weapons to get rid of these monsters. This is this scenario back. He was scared to let us keep it, so he took it back. We just have the the arrow, it's like the Imperial bow type thing, you know. So today, somehow it got out, and they invented this, the atomic age ushered in. And this is the scariest part today. And that's our version of looking at it from the cultural side, where this AI is coming in. I hope I didn't take a lot of your time. We just kind of want to see that, what it's talking about, you know, to kind of widen your perspective on it. Yeah.
Thanks, Joe. Cool. I just want to quick maybe pose this question to folks too, if you want to respond. Like, what is AI to you? I guess in your understanding at this moment, this morning, and maybe what's been going on recently. Maybe for me, I think AI has just been, you know, as we kind of, I think myself and Dr. Jones, you know, we have such a small team when it comes to organizing, and Karma, you know, is basically two full-time folks who are employed. So when you're talking about artificial intelligence or tools, or, you know, in the Bilagana sense, you know, this is what they want. They want something that's, you know, is productive. They want productivity. They need it at a certain time. They need it quickly. As opposed for us, you know, when you go back to Loop, when you go back to Bird Springs, you know, it's whenever. You know, there's no sense of time. There's no sense of urgency. So I guess that's maybe also the cultural difference in understanding. And I think there's a fine line when it comes to that perspective, because, you know, back then, growing up too, is always like, oh, you're not supposed to ask certain questions. You're not supposed to be seeking out certain information. There's a level of your knowledge seeking that has a boundary. But when we talk about AI, there's no boundary. It almost feels like, you know. And so when it comes to us out there in the rural communities, you know, what does that mean to us? You know, does that influence folks to change our perspective, our cultural perspective, in the same sense of wanting, you know, be similar as Bilaganas, that we want information right then and there. So I think that's kind of interesting, you know, and I think in the sense of working for a, you know, organization, you're limited on resources. For me, I'm just kind of like putting slides together, you know, I'm having to send out emails and stuff like that. And when you have an agent, when you have AI, it helps in a sense to, you know, draft some of those emails, some of those preparations. It does help a little bit in, you know, helping with part of that workflow. And there could, you know, that could be a benefit. And even with the classroom, you know, you're having to grade the students, you have to think about the lessons you're designing and implementing and things like that. And it can be hard to figure out what those things can really look like. So yeah, so I think for that perspective, honestly, that's what I use mostly AI for. But when it comes to media and the artistic stuff, I do not want to encourage AI in that sense. Myself as an artist too, it's like when you create like a short film or anything like that, whatever it has and its imperfections is a part of the art making process. That's a part of the art. You're capturing that moment. And the reason it's called film is because you're capturing on film. And I was just hearing somebody talk about the Odyssey too. You know, that film is shot 100% in IMAX, and there's not a lot of films that are shot in IMAX. And film is a physical medium. And that's where the distinction is a physical medium that you're creating something, or you're using technology and AI that is, you know, generating that. And that's where people don't like that. But yeah, I think these are some good responses. Essential tools is, I think, what I was kind of nodding to when it comes to a small workforce. A tool that makes a teacher feel like a better teacher. And I think that's maybe something in the future too of, you know, that's some things I know that Dr. Jones mentions is that maybe in the future AI is going to take over schooling. And what does that mean for us in our education out into rural communities too? So I think these are a lot of good responses as well. So I'm going to hand out a sheet of paper, and it's going to have 4 different topical areas that we can kind of choose from. And they're all kind of just conversation starters. You know, we want to spend part of this morning just having a dialogue with folks in the room, with our neighbors. So I'm gonna help to pass out these sheets of paper, and so, you know, with folks and your neighbors nearby, if you want to select 1 or 2 questions, and you can spend, I'll give us 10 minutes to have start that discussion. So I'll pass this out first. I'll give you this one here. Yeah. All right. And those guys. Yeah, we're kind of just we'll kind of share the handout. We might not have enough, but if we could, we'll need one on this side. So if you guys want to do just as a big group.
Was that made with a 3D printer?
Yeah, I designed this and printed this for our conference. I'm sorry?
My students made medallions.
Oh, let's go. Nice.
They made dragon 3D printing.
Yeah, I designed this and I printed it. And, yeah.
They made those snap together dragons. The long ones. They made that. All kinds of stuff.
Yeah, that's good. All right, so I'll give you guys about 10 minutes.
So read it. These are like questions. Do you have a question that you're?
Not very familiar with AI.
Well, then maybe these questions are a good place to start. What is your? Have you ever used nothing? Not large enough.
No use for it.
No use for it. Okay, so you have a generally maybe not. First question.
Well, I mean, just cultural teachings, how language is sacred. That's what I like. My upbringing is how sacred and how language is. To teach with AIs as a cumulative, like, for navigation of things in AI. It just generates the basic idea of beliefs into a certain section. That's all it is. So for families to tell their oral history, telling about the long walk, most of it will be just briefly discuss. Not all families share the same experience. There are some families that never went on the long walk, but if they research the long walk, what information does that go into with that family member that never went? Because there are certain things that is way better used than AI, just to keep the tradition alive. Us people, the elders, they need to really sit down with their children and grandchildren to tell the story instead of relying on AI. But there again, if you rely on AI, how much of it is true facts that are coming out? So it's just those two things. It's like, it probably has its use in like the English world, like teaching and stuff like that. U.S. history, that's
At the same time, I think that's one of my concerns is
different
student identity awareness.
different that's all the same. Like writing the Declaration of Independence. But if you do it as AI, it's going to give you the same like outward format, just brief format. But for narrative cultural stories, that's a different story. Exactly. My family underwent a different kind of story compared to people from different parts of the reservation. But now we're relying on school to tell the children to teach another history. That has its purpose. That's why it's like for me, it's just, I would rather have my students know their own family background rather than what they read on the internet or in a book. Because there's no really connection between that and
AI race.
so that's what a lot of things that draw factors for me.
Okay.
Yeah.
In your teaching, do you use any online resources, or it's all personal sharing?
I mean, it's just for me. I try to push my students to do research on their own thing, own stories and stuff like that. But most of them, they don't do that because their grandparents they live way off on the
So one of the
reservation.
things that Keanu brought up
Go out there every 2 weeks or once a month
that
to see their grandparents. So most of them will just start looking on
proceeding, it's not
get their
based
stories.
on
So
time
I
frame.
noticed in
It's based
over
on
the years.
experience.
Do you see a shift in how they can connect?
Moving and evolving in a different
I
way,
think
like
it's
honoring
a lot of dealing with their own background.
and understanding.
Some
And more of a holistic
they have went to grandparents that went to boarding school and never teach their
individual
children
identities and our
and now
collective
they have
identities.
stories
Based
or
on that,
language because of
how
what
do
they
we
so there are different stories
families, because I'm an in-law,
don't share.
how do we help
And then there's a church background that
adjust
just
when you have
disconnection.
companies racing, and that's totally like the opposite.
probably works,
And
but I never really used it.
use it, I mean, right now, these are this, and we have sensors around the world.
So the second question here is, how does, well, I guess to share from my perspective, I was very uninterested in it, like large language models and AI, when it first came out. And it's what I studied at university, but I was a very slow adopter to even use it, and I think my parents don't use it. I really only use it kind of how Keanu is saying, if I need help with the administrative tasks. And I think a lot of my friends and family also are more concerned about, kind of I think what you're saying, Jess, maybe taking people's personal stories or their artwork, and that all of this data is now owned by these large companies, and we seem to not have rights to that.
If we're going to do like everything is picked up by AI, how much of that is natural language? So I still have students that people that are still trying to learn the language, but how much of that is actually the correct way that it's being used? I mean, I've seen students use their iPad in school to look up a word. Most of it is a different form of word than what it should be. So, like for example, if one says, I like to eat fiber, they would say there's different forms of like they will use like something, I like this form compared to the actual the tasting of it. The actual like even Duolingo is the same. There are some phrases on Duolingo that really doesn't make sense how they use it. So it's just putting every word out of context. But it still has a different meaning to certain something.
So with arts, so you teach art in high school, and so how much of the cultural structures,
So then
and work and so forth,
how does AI
into your curriculum, and how do you see this
Like I said,
and also that you're going
I have never really used it. Even I didn't know this was happening today. Probably feel more better understanding of how it works and how it helps. then I would say my feelings into it. But really, right now, it's just, for the younger generation, I think they like it. They like the idea of using computer technology. So I grew up where I had to write my papers with pencils, like erasers, and dictionary, and stuff like that. Do the research. Now it's just, they can just type in a topic and everything's there.
Wrap up a little bit. We have about 1 more minute, and we'll try to share from at least one person from our group.
If you were anti at first, how is it now with your family?
I would want to
I think my dad uses it for work. My mom doesn't use it. She loves like reading, writing, creative, rhetoric, all that stuff. So she doesn't use it. And I think she would think that she's smarter than it, which she might be. I think it's I don't love the big tech companies, and I don't love the regulation, the kind of elitist regulation on it. That there's some group that knows better than people who use it. That is the part that bothers me. But I use it for administrative stuff. For Keanu was saying. Agentic.
So, how do you feel about everybody TV?
All right, next up, let's one person from our group share out some of their discussions. Let's start maybe with your group. Well, let's wrap up our discussion points. We're gonna have this group up here share a little bit about what you guys talked about.
Okay, we talked about the educational and cultural, and I think I was talking about how I said something about preserving safeguarding the way of life, the traditional way of life, and I was saying that we said that there was a lot of so much traditional cultural knowledge that's already inside AI. All the traditional songs that used to be protected by the Navajo people, a lot of them are out there already now, and you can find videos of somebody singing, and then there's a lot of those things put out there already that it's already there, that it's going to be, we can't retrieve it. So I'm saying we can't retrieve it and put a stop to it now. It's already there, and how do you preserve the rest of it? I don't know, but you know, and then there's also the side of where it was mentioned, the social emotional side of it too. The kids are thriving on social emotional rather than the actual learning of content, and the social emotional side seems to be heavier on the side, that kids are searching more about the social emotional side of everything, that it's driving them in a different direction. And then and one other thing too is that since all the traditional stories and everything's out there, and it's starting to mix the Navajo with Apache, or Navajo with Hopi, whatever it is, and it's starting to mix that, and so now it's generating things. And if a child starts researching about the Navajo culture, Navajo way of life, and a tradition, and all of a sudden this child's going to be researching, if it's not getting from the grandparent or the mom, it starts researching, it's going to start a different way of cultural knowledge, a different cultural knowledge, rather than traditional Navajo knowledge. It's going to be like a new tradition that's going to be emerging, because it's a mixture of Navajo and Apache, and because AI doesn't know this is Apache and this is Navajo, so it's mixing it all up, and what the child's researching is going to be that new level of tradition that's going to be created. That's what I'm thinking.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
Let's maybe this group back here. Yeah, if you have one.
You know what? I think Ann would probably do better because I missed half the discussion. I was like, woo. Oh.
Well, it's interesting. We started out talking about how the AI data centers as a job opportunity just reminded me of the Navajo generating station. It's the same debate, just new content, right? And then we started talking as a bigger group about the environmental impact of data and like, well, how much water does it use? How much electricity does it use? But like also, we're also using electricity in other areas, right? Like high definition Netflix is a really big suck of energy, as is generating images. Like you were saying, like, let's not use it for art. Well, that works with the environmental cause too, because, you know, to generate an image requires, I read in a Nature paper, like at one point, and who knows what is doing now, because at one point it took 16 hours worth of battery on a laptop to generate one image in AI, and you can do that in a couple seconds. Mm-hmm. So we were just talking about like, like it makes sense if you have to generate that image, and it would take you 16 hours. Why not have it do it? It's the same amount of energy, right? But if you're just willy-nilly generating images you don't need, then you are sucking energy from the grid. And then we ended our discussion with, what if that energy came from the sun? The sun provides unlimited power. It could power all the AI that we could ever want to use, and then there wouldn't be an environmental impact. We'd have to figure out the water thing, but that would take a huge thing out of the equation. So, Mykl was talking about, like how can we electrify our grid to use solar energy and have that be what's powering AI. As opposed to like only arguing against its use, right? So, yeah, that was our discussion, right? Did I miss anything?
Yeah. Sounds good. We'll do one more share out, then we'll do one more activity. Let me choose one. If you guys had one thing to share out.
Okay.
You want?
I will. We talked about the educational and institutional regulation. We are all teachers, I do believe, in my group, so we took it from that perspective as teachers. What we talked about is that AI is good and AI is bad in the classroom because, so we talked about, how that it has a lot of information, but then again, students, if they use AI, then how do you regulate that? Because kids are not thinking for themselves, because if they go to AI and generate all the answers, and how do you regulate that? Because we don't want them just to rely on, what was the word you used? Learning dependent on AI. So how do we regulate that? How do we get them to do the work, most of the work for AI in order for AI to produce the final product? So we talked about that, and we were saying that how do we regulate that? So we as teachers have to be better prepared to implement AI in the classroom to limit a lot of the use of AI in the classroom. You can still use it, but you got to limit to where the kids do the work themselves, and then finally use it at the end. So that was where we're at. So we said we have to be prepared as teachers and how to manipulate how they use it.
Yeah.
Those were the things that we talked about. So I was just saying that because kids really rely on that. I had one student that was getting all the math answers, and he was getting his grades. He was really high. He's good. And and then one day I stopped and I said, "Can you show me the answer? I mean, how did you come up to that answer? How did you come up with that? Show me." And he just looked at me, and I said, "But how did you get that answer? That is correct. How did you get it?" And he just looked at me, and he finally said, I said, "Oh, okay." And then I said, but you know, I know that it's good. I'm so proud of you that you know how to use that. You're smart enough to figure that out. But I want you to know how to come up with the answer yourself. So that was just one of the things that we talked about. But it doesn't correlate with the state standard testing when it comes to it, because AI is not available to them when they do the testing, and that's where the big difference
I
is.
see. Yeah, just the last point. Yeah. If you want to.
In addition, so the teacher support in mentoring the students is very important. So as a teacher, we have to monitor our students if they are ready, because you don't teach AI, just for my personal opinion, you don't teach AI for a pre-K or kindergarten. They don't even know the alphabets yet, and then you will introduce them to ChatGPT or anything. So I think there should be a certain age bracket for the students to learn the basic first, so that they will not be dependent on AI.
Yeah, I think those are definitely some good discussion points, and when it comes to those kind of boundaries or regulations within the classroom or even outside the classroom. So it's good. It seemed like there was a lot of good discussions as well during that. So I just wanted to show this kind of graph a little bit as we, this is a resource from Tufts, Tufts University Center for Engineering Education and Outreach, which I think does a good job at kind of displaying kind of a diagram of when we talk about artificial intelligence, you know, there's an umbrella, there's some other aspects within it. And today we're going to get to learn a little bit more and maybe even interact with some of these when it comes to artificial intelligence based on this chart.
Will we have access to your PowerPoint presentation?
I could share that, yeah.
That way I don't have to take
Okay, yeah. Yeah, no worries. The AI, the field of computer science that focuses on machine creating human-like intelligence. So that's something that we're going to talk a little bit about, and also I believe Dr. Toney is going to talk a little bit more about that as well. And so as we kind of scale down a little bit more, machine learning, a branch of AI where the machine learns to make decisions based on data. So we do have a physical device that we're going to be playing with, and folks are going to have be able to kind of just observe how it works and stuff like that. So that's a method of machine learning, in addition to some other aspects. Now into deep learning, a branch of machine learning focus on analyzing complex data sets, mimicking the human brain. And so the next part that we're talking about also is generative AI, a branch of deep learning that focuses on generating text, images, and code by learning from existing data. Then we have ChatGPT, which is a part of the generative AI. So that's kind of the scale or kind of the landscape of what we can kind of talk about AI. You know, AI is just this umbrella term that we kind of throw around, but there's these other components of when we dig a little bit into it. Let me show this clip. As you know, I feel like in our programs, when it comes to karma, we also like to blend in part of media. So I just want to show this. You know, folks probably know this film as well, Blade Runner. But let me play a clip from this that demonstrates a possibility of, you know, artificial intelligence in the future.
You show it to your husband. He likes it.
Thank you.
She's a replicant, doesn't she?
I'm impressed. How many questions does it usually take to stop?
I don't get it, Tyrone.
How many questions?
20, 30 cross-reference.
took more than 100 for Rachel, didn't it?
She doesn't know.
She's beginning to suspect, I think.
Suspect? How can they not know what it is?
Commerce is our goal here at Tyrell. More human than human is our motto. Rachel is an experiment, nothing more. We began to recognize in them a strange obsession. After all, they are emotionally inexperienced with only a few years in which to store up the experiences which you and I take for granted. If we gift them the past, we create a cushion, a pillow for their emotions, and consequently we can control them better.
Memories. You're talking about memories.
So that's kind of an example of when we talk about artificial intelligence. You know, we look at this, and that's kind of, you know, that's a test of, you know, human likeness or identifying if it's a human or a robot. So I wanted to include that clip as well. With the time remaining, we might go a little bit over, but we're gonna we'll need to hand out some sheets of paper, and we'll like us to kind of do, you know, just I want us to kind of create a map of the process of what we think AI and how it works when from the starting point of submission of a prompt into a engine. So we want to start with an image of us submitting that on a phone, and I want you to chart out what you think the process is happening behind the scenes.
Can I ask my co-pilot?
You could, maybe, yeah, sure. So if you want to utilize those resources, yeah, then we'll end that process, that mapping process, and we want to pick off of where the response is at. So we're going to hand out sheets of paper. We have some markers, and we'll just kind of share out. But we're kind of getting tight on time a little bit, so we're going to go over. So let's start that now. So I'm going to set the timer for 10 minutes. So we can quickly hand out some of our sheets of paper, then we can get started. Oh, there it is. Yeah. Maybe just the first and the last row. Yeah, the first and last rows, and the in between will kind of.
I got some on there.
Okay. Then you can just put this on the last row. Oh, okay. Maybe these guys just might need one.
You're a teacher, so I'm assuming you have better handwriting.
You have Zoom? Is it open?
It's on YouTube.
Just answer.
Let me check in.
Yeah, or maybe up here, but AI implemented. AI has implemented. Does it work implemented?
Well, we should review its response.
AI has it. One, we have 2 minutes. Does it work implemented? What's going on?
We should review its response.
Okay, no. Okay, no.
It's okay if you didn't finish. It's okay if you didn't finish. Let's reconvene. 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 Let's reconvene.
Oriented person. NASA lessons are really at an advanced level, so I would input whatever from NASA into Magic School, and I'd say produce a lesson. Do that. Oh, I love it.
Are we off the hook?
Yeah. Love you guys.
Oh, it's colorful.
Oh, yeah, yours is pretty.
Awesome.
Okay.
Good job. A+ for
We
presentation.
did
Are we off the hook?
Yeah. Love you guys.
Oh,
because we're invited by.
oh, it's colorful.
Oh, yeah, yours is pretty.
Awesome.
Okay.
Good job. A+ for
We
presentation.
did. This is our AI process. We use Copilot. So Marie's generous idea was we put our question in first into the Copilot, and then we had to press submit. And then what starts to happen is it starts to search all of the. What's colorful?
Oh, yeah, yours is pretty.
Okay.
Good job. A+
For the
for
word
presentation.
AI, this is our AI and the word process next. It combines the information that is formatted by the Copilot to create a variety of responses. Sorry, trying to read what I wrote. Third, add more information to clarify and generate a specific response you request. So that was our process and the way it works when we look at it.
Awesome. Cool. We'll try to keep these short. The last three, we'll go quickly.
Okay, ours is quite similar to theirs. So to start, we see that the user can submit text or audio, sound. If they do that, then it gets converted to text. So maybe the example here is what is the weather. So it goes into the model and it gets tokenized. So each token is separated. So what is the weather? So exactly what they were saying. It's a question. Then it goes and retrieves the information from either its learned data or from the web. So it might go to weather.com and cheat a little bit. Then we kind of messed up here. So then it's going to analyze the data first, decide on the answer, and then it's going to show the data and the information back to the user in natural language. So it might say like the weather is 95 degrees outside. And then we have 6 on here, which is that the user should review the response once it gets its answer.
Awesome. And somebody from your group about?
Sure. Okay. So we tried to turn so you showed on both sides, but we tried to capture like technically. So we have our start, our prompt. So often the machine might say something like, what do you need help with today? What are you doing, right? It's like very inviting. And a human is bringing their own AI literacy, identity, relationships, location, knowledge with them. But ultimately, in their human condition, there's this sense of curiosity about something. So then they put their prompt in or their input, and the tool is reviewing all of its previous interactions with you specifically. So if you're using Magic School and you're a teacher and you've made a lot of content, it's taking all that information in. It's also gathering information from all of its data and training sources, currently and in the past, and it's then generating new patterns and content. And then it's also collecting your interactions to continue training. And so then you have this end product or a response, and the human is feeling maybe frustrated, like that's not what I wanted, or doubtful, like is this biased or is this even right? They might be excited, like yay, I just saved hours of time. Or they're maybe experiencing a sense of satisfaction or dissatisfaction.
What were your names?
I'm Ashley. We're a powerful group here.
She's like, it's the Ashley group. Okay, man. Just remember Ashley. I love it.
We have one more. Sarah.
My name is Laura Diallo. I teach at Tocosini High School. These are all my
She's like, it's the Ashley group. Remember Ashley. I love it.
We have one more.
I also teach 3D design and printing, among other things. I'm starting some new things here this school year, but this is the process that I use with my students. First thing is they define the problem, and in reflection on some of the activities that we did, we used how to code robots, right? The problem was they made mazes using traditional symbols like baskets, moccasins. They drew it on a butcher paper, and their job was to use Python to code those robots to go through the maze from start to beginning. So that was the problem. Have the robot start here and end there. We collected data. How do I do that? I gotta learn how to code. It's what the data that they had to learn. Preparing the data. How do I line it up and speak to the computer in an appropriate manner where it'll do what it's supposed to be doing. Then we had to train the robot after that. And then test the robot. We went through a series of problems, like the carpet was a problem. So we found out that certain tables, the robots won't move the way they want it to. How fast it's going, how slow it's going. They made improvements, and then in the end, I have videos of them recording their robots, going from start to finish. So what we said was that this same process here can also apply to the 3D printing that we were talking about earlier. My students made a lot of objects, and the medallion, I noticed when it was given to me, I'm like, is this done with 3D printing? So they were able to design things like dragons, make parts with vehicles, different things like that. But this is the same process that we followed, and in that case, there was no coding involved, but I told them still use that medallion. I noticed.
What's your name?
Lauren, yeah.
I'll add on to that, but basically AI is a computer program software. So software, as coming from a software programming background, it has to go back down to how you design it, setting parameters, and what you're trying to test for using your if and then statement. So those are some of the things, is how it creates that flow chart to go in the direction you want to go, testing, okay, this is what they want. So that's a bigger underline underneath it. So as a computer programmer, I kind of understand that part. Using your if and then statement.
The next, Dr. Jones will introduce our next speaker.
Oh, man. We're gonna need a little setup time.
Is the mic on? Yeah, Ben Jones. In Shadow Totsanidna, Ado Tachi, Ebashin, the Keanu Naldo, Natinata Shay. What say it to the mic on? Say it to the ABC Nasha. Like Ben Jones. Ado T. the Emerson Shia. We're a nonprofit, and we try to focus the school district partnership with them as a way to expose them to tech. But that's further down the road. But Autumn, I met her maybe 6, 7 years. What? So she hasn't looked a day older. But I know her, and she's a good friend. She was very inspired by the Code Talkers when she came out. I was working for Navajo Technical University at the time, and
Google search was pre-AI, so I had to Google search and...
Back in the day.
So anyways, that's how we met, but she was so inspired that they formed a nonprofit called Lab 29. Does that still exist?
Not totally.
And she really wanted to bring the whole coding to Navajo. And that's a good thing. But
I think we were part of that program.
Yes, I don't think I've ever met in person. But yeah.
But I think we were involved in 3D printing meat at the time. We were the finalists for NSF, National Science Foundation grant. We were applying for what, $20 million, $26 million. We made finalists, and we were involved in 3D printing meat, and we made kids win credit because Harvard and all these other great schools beat us out. And that was a sad day, but that's when we met up again. And we talked, and then she went to Georgetown.
Yeah, Georgetown University.
Georgetown University. So she was a data scientist then, studying for her PhD. But she switched to computer science. She just reached out in the last month or so. We've lost Edith, but I don't know how she found me. But she's doing your postdoc work at
UNU Merit, which is the United Nations University. I didn't know it existed. But it's in their location in Maastricht in the Netherlands. So they're looking at the intersection of AI and public value in agriculture. So we're using AI in that study. Large language models, etc. I just clipped it on? This is fancy. Okay. For our research. Sure. Thank you for that amazing introduction. You remembered everything. Yeah, so I'm so excited to be here with you guys. In addition to what Dr. Jones shared, I did want to just give a little brief bit of information about me because I do think it's important, especially when people are talking about AI and these things, to kind of understand how I learned about this, what my background is in, and what my maybe personal biases are, or how I view these things. And so grade school, I was homeschooled by my mother, who's amazing. She did not have a college education. My dad was an insurance agent. And my mom loved reading, writing, history, all those things. So I did not have a strong background in math or computers, computer science, anything like that. I did end up going to get my undergrad in mathematics, and then I realized I didn't really have any technical skills that I could use with that. So then I did a data science program, and that was the first time that I had ever learned really what to do with computers, what a computer program was. Before that, I had just used a computer for writing essays using Word. And so I say all that just to say that I kind of learned about AI, computers, technology, etc. as an adult, a barely fully formed adult. And so I kind of am also learning about AI and large language models and all these things with the rest of the population. I ended up turning it into what I did for my PhD, but I found that in my schooling and work that most of the people that I interacted with, they had parents who were computer scientists or engineers. They tinkered or played with computers since they were kids. They were very familiar with this space, and that was not the case for me. So it was a little bit stronger or higher of a learning curve. But AI is for everybody. I'm very happy to be talking about this with you guys today. And the goal of my session is just hopefully to break down some of these terms that we hear a lot about when we hear about AI and simplify them a little bit, and hopefully when we're done with this, everyone has a stronger understanding, ownership over what these terms mean, and then we can have some questions to kind of answer more specific things that you guys are interested in. And it sounds like most of the room is in education, or you guys are educators, and you all use AI for that. Awesome. Okay. So, yeah, getting started, the big question mark, what is artificial intelligence? I think that oftentimes we hear about AI, and then we hear a lot of other terms in strong association with artificial intelligence. And a lot of these terms also are not very well defined, or we don't necessarily know how they all interact with each other. Actually, Keanu's graph was really helpful in kind of seeing that AI is the overarching thing. Then we have machine learning, deep learning is a part of that. Then we have generative AI, large language models, chatbots, etc. But there's a lot of terms and things going on out there. So wanted to go through and simplify some of these terms to make this a little easier. So starting out with algorithm. This is a fun one because, like I said, I have a background in math. So algorithm to me was, as it was kind of contained, mainly in math. But I'm noticing now on the news and in social media and stuff, I'm sure your students kind of probably talk about this, that we talk about the algorithm as a proper noun now, oh, the algorithm fed me this content today, or the algorithm is biased, etc. But an algorithm simply is just a list of instructions, and I'm going to contextualize some of these terms into something that is meaningful to me, which is baking chocolate chip cookies. So we're going to talk about an algorithm as kind of being a recipe. It's simply just a set of instructions to get an output. So maybe instead of saying a recipe is an algorithm, you would say it's a step-by-step set of instructions. Again, this is all that an algorithm is simply. And so when we think about what the algorithm is, it's a particular algorithm for whatever system or tool that we're interacting with, but a lot of these AI systems are a composition of many algorithms. And all of these algorithms are step-by-step instructions based on data, user input, etc., for a task, kind of like what we were talking about with prompt engineering. So that's simply what an algorithm is. Then we have automation, which automation also has been around for a bit, which is the use of technology, machinery, or software to perform tasks and processes with minimal human intervention. A thought experiment that I think people like to do with automation is we kind of feel like things now that are automated, we're unsure of them, maybe they're not verified. It seems scary to have something automated with a human not really intervening. But the question here is, if you were to fly in an airplane, I personally would rather have my pilot put the plane on autopilot than switching all the buttons and driving. But then things that kind of materialize where we're used to doing it ourselves, like self-driving cars, uncertainty kind of trickles in there. But really, automation again is just a system that we interact with a lot. Yes, Dr. Jones. I'd rather have my pilot put the plane on autopilot. Are we automated? I don't think so. Do you think so? Where we're used to doing it ourselves, like self-driving cars, uncertainty. Oh, I see. Yeah. But really, automation again is just a more personal automation. Sure. So going back to the cookie analogy here, we can think of machine assembly as automation. This is something that I think we're quite familiar with, something that we have certainty in, but we know that there's also a set of instructions. This machine is doing the same thing over and over again based on how it's programmed. It does that same thing over and over again no matter what happens. So if the cookies start flying off, that thing is still sprinkling on, the arm is still sprinkling on chocolate chips onto the cookies. It doesn't stop. So there's really no human intervention. This is automation. Again, thinking about what an algorithm is, a set of instructions, what automation is, a machine maybe being programmed via an algorithm to be automated. So now we get to machine learning, again, which Keanu went over a little bit, so hopefully this is also a bit familiar, is an algorithm that analyzes large data sets to identify patterns and make predictions. So we have a phrase kind of in data science, computer science, it's called garbage in, garbage out. That means if I put garbage data into my algorithm, I'm probably going to get garbage out. And so when we think about machine learning, if you're interacting with it or using it, it is important to think about what data was used in the training process. Is the data reflective of the task that you have at hand? Is the data biased? Is it incomplete? All these things. And oftentimes something that's difficult about these tools and technologies is that none of this is made transparent to the user. But just things to kind of think about what machine learning is doing. Yes, Dr. Jones. Is the data reflective of the task that you have at hand? Will they control the data sets? Incomplete, all these things. And oftentimes I think so, yeah. None of this is made transparent. Data is expensive to warehouse. There's a lot of data. And so that is a great point that most of the people that own the world's majority of data are big tech companies. And again, it's kind of once you put something out there that's on the internet, in this kind of free space, they can collect it. Data is expensive to warehouse. There's a lot of data. Microsoft, and so that is a great point that the companies that make like ChatGPT, OpenAI, yeah, exactly. And again, it's kind of sorry, do you have a that's on the internet, in this kind of free space, they can collect it. Data is expensive to warehouse. There's a lot of Microsoft, yeah. The companies that make like ChatGPT, OpenAI, yeah. Yeah. And sorry, do you have a that's on the internet, Microsoft, on the Hopi reservation, they didn't. The companies that make like ChatGPT, OpenAI, people aren't really familiar with them. Yeah. They taught the machine, actually the computer, what the actual names of those because it kept making a mistake. You know what I mean? Yeah. And they took pictures with their cameras. We went out and I said, come on, let's go. We're going to go take pictures around the school. Or when you guys go home, I want you to take pictures of those plants around your house. Yeah. And the computer was getting all the names of those plants wrong. Oh! No, that's a really good example though. We often talk about this as being like low resource data. So the machines don't have large amounts, so they have no amount of the data that you're talking about. And so they're not good in those scenarios. Yeah, that's a great example of that. Oh. No, that's a really good example though. We often talk about this as being like low resource data. No, I love that. So the machines don't have large amounts, so they have no amount of the data that you're talking about. And they got the information from textbooks that they were learning about, or they had this knowledge. Yeah. No, that's a really good example though. That's very cool. Yeah. No, I love that. So the machines don't have large amounts, so they have no amount of the data that you're talking about. And they got the information from textbooks that they were learning about, or they had this knowledge. Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's funny. That's funny. No, that's very cool. That's a great example. Yeah.
So I have a question about, so when her students.
So, and they got the information from textbooks that they were learning about, or they had this knowledge?
And then,
yeah.
Like, did they teach the app what those plants were?
That's funny. That's funny. No, that's very cool. That's a great example. Yeah.
But what it does is it'll run the pictures through its memory, and then it'll stop it when it recognizes, and it'll ask the user, is it this? Correct name, you know what I mean? And it'll just keep doing that, and they can upload like up to 300 photos if they want.
So I guess
And
my,
give it time to process. You know what I mean?
my question is, like, you say that what the large language models have been shown is large amounts of data from the big data companies. But what happens when her students upload new information? This tiny little blip out in Tuba City?
At the time I was at Hopi.
Okay, on Hopi, you know, like a few students, maybe 25 kids, right? Like, how does that, maybe you can answer this, like, how does that get incorporated into the large language model?
So do you want to, you can go in, yeah.
We a lot, like I was just telling the principal here, she can actually get paid to be a trainer for AI. And when we see stuff like that, you can tell the AI itself, like, oh, this is wrong. This is a picture of this. And what it does is it actually triggers the function.
Do you want to, you
You're
can
right,
go in,
it's a
yeah.
data set. In other words, those big companies didn't care about that is a black Russian elm and that you took a picture of. And you're going in and it might get it mixed up with a black willow. And you go in there, but we have these discussions, it gets bigger. And it actually seeks out more data, not from the big companies' data sets, but from what we call the antiquated internet. And it looks for these things, and it actually researches them, and it increases the training model. Because we have to remember machine learning's behind this, and it may be using this limited data set, but then you inspire it to look for more data, and it'll actually seed these queries to look for them, and it'll actually seek now, because we've got EBSCOhost and all these really crazy university things that can get pictures, and it'll seek it out to make its model bigger.
Will my model be bigger because her students put in, that's my question.
Yeah, well, it inspires it, but it doesn't mean that the 300 is going to go to 600 right away.
Right.
But it could, based off of the right type of query and the right type, and that's why we train it. We're like, hey, look for more of these. Here is the botanical, database, blah blah, of so and so. Here's the login and password, and it will say, I can't access this, but if you download a document or blah blah blah, based off of.
But I could say use locally sourced data, like something like that instead of your.
You can even add your own PDF file that has all this in there, and it'll include that and use it, and you can even prioritize that as your gold standard. It's amazing stuff.
There's a system, oh yeah.
So I have a question about this. In terms of all of the video recording of the Navajo Tribal Council proceedings that are being posted on YouTube, are those videos being
There's a system, oh yeah.
machine learning?
If it's public, if it's not private, if it's public on the internet, yeah. But as a follow-on to that, it's something called reinforcement learning with human feedback. And so all of the models are doing this constantly, but there's local models you can run. You can provide it with your own data. If you're kind of accessing any of these models with their actual model names, like via an API, which I'm assuming most people aren't, because it's more like a programmatic thing. But the underlying model is changing all the time, which is why you might find it changing its responses or doing some things badly. Sometimes they're better other times. Provide it with your own data. So yeah, everyone's input is doing that, and if to the point of like there was only a few students, could it have that big of an impact? It's designed to kind of expand and grow even with few instances. Yeah, that was a great question. But yeah, so we've kind of talked about what machine learning is. So for example, in the cookie automated example that we have, maybe we want to know when something is a good cookie that we want to sell, or if it's a burned cookie. So we're talking about data, I would want to have this probably as a supervised learning task, which means I have my data inputs and their associated labels. So I have examples, images of good cookies, and then burned cookies, and then the machine would see a new cookie, and it would have to determine, is this a good cookie or a burned cookie based on my training data. So again, just to reiterate, if I have very poor training data here, or I only have examples of good cookies, my machine learning model is not going to learn this boundary very well, and it's not going to do a very good job. So again, just reiterating what machine learning is, learning patterns from data to make predictions and detect decision boundaries for new instances of new classification. And now we're at the fun part, artificial intelligence, which we talked about earlier is the science and engineering of making intelligent machines. And in the example of Blade Runner, and we're going to talk about Alan Turing in like a couple of slides, this is really just the notion that a machine can have human-like intelligence, meaning that if I interact with a machine, I really couldn't tell if I was talking to a human or to a machine. Artificial intelligence. So, so in this example, I might have a smart oven with the video processor that's doing this good cookie, burned cookie classification. But if I'm implementing this with AI, my system would have human-like intelligence, and it might look and say, too many cookies are burning here. So it might say lower the oven temperature. It might say bake the cookies for less time, or use less sugar because sugar burns faster. So it's using human-like intelligence to make a decision. It's not just following that same kind of automated process that the ARM was doing, sprinkling the chips. It's actually thinking and reasoning. I'm observing something, it's not good, how can I fix it? And kind of iterating through all the possible ways that I could fix that issue. And so that's what artificial intelligence is. Making a machine or a system or a program, again, all of this being kind of the underlying foundation that these are a set of algorithms in some way. It's learned information in some way via a machine learning algorithm. And then we have this artificial intelligence mechanism. I think something that we hear a lot about as well is autonomous AI systems. So if we think about what automated meant and then what autonomy and autonomous means, these are AI systems that require essentially no human intervention. So as Dr. Jones was miming, you couldn't see, self-driving cars is an example of this. Again, these are a bunch of algorithms, compositions layered on each other with sensors, with cameras that are doing something that a human normally does naturally. Looking at the road, driving the car, using the pedals, all of the things that we do, the machine has learned to do this in the same way. So maybe we are autonomous systems then, now that I explain that. And then, yeah, here's the definition that they're working without human intervention. And I think autonomous AI systems are often what we think about with the kind of scarier version of like killer robot scenario is an AI system that is operationalized or materialized inside of a physical thing that looks human-like or not just sitting in a computer that can act autonomously. Yes. Scarier version of like killer robot scenario is an AI system. That's a good question. So that is often the idea that the model, kind of like in the video clip, is aware of itself, which a model, a system can be put inside something and act autonomously, but it's not. Yeah. Oh, is this the same thing as being sentient, right? That is often the idea that the model, kind of like in the video clip, is aware of itself, which a model, a system can be put inside something. Your daughter or the device? Mom, this was on the Oh, is this the same thing as being sentient, right? Your alarm, your music? Yeah, sure. What? Is aware of itself. Which a model, a system. Yeah. Your daughter or the device? Is this the same thing as being sentient? Every once in a while, I'll say something. Yeah, sure. Yeah. Here's me, here's my voice, and its answer, its response is, I don't know that. I'm sorry. Your daughter or the device? I'm like, what'd you say? Oh my God.
That's why you curse in Navajo.
Yeah.
I did try that.
Yeah.
Same kind of the same general response.
Mm-hmm.
That's a good answer. Your response to her.
Yeah.
That is true because I got mad at Sirius because I was trying to ask her a question. They was giving me an answer. And
Yeah.
then she says, I don't respond to that.
I love this is a safe space. Everyone's admitting that they're cursing at these AI systems. Yeah, no, these are great examples and a really great question because a lot of these systems are debiased in a way to represent what these companies or governments, cultures at large view as being good or bad, simply put, behavior. And I think we've apparently decided that swearing is not good behavior. It will not respond to that. But yeah, that's a good question. Okay, and then the second one that I just wanted to talk about is generative AI. Because again, we talk about AI at large, we talk about autonomous AI systems, and then we have generative AI systems. And I think because so many people now are able to interact with generative AI systems, this is kind of the term that we associate with what AI is like ChatGPT, generative AI. AI doesn't necessarily need to be generative in its application. Similar to thinking about self-driving cars. That is an AI system, but it's not necessarily generating something in every scenario. Generative AI is an AI system that can create new and original content, which Ashley's group mentioned specifically that it was new and original. And I really kind of wanted to put that in quotes because I think a larger discussion point is it really new and original if it's learned from all of us? I think that's a great thought experiment to explore, especially with art, because it's able to kind of maybe merge things in a way that no human has done before, but it's still learning. And then on the other side of that, that's how humans learn. We learn from other people. We learn from our societies, from our culture, et cetera. We kind of adopt values of our parents, of our families. And so what does it really mean to have that kind of distinction between kind of ownership and personalization and this like human-like, true human-like experience to what a generative AI system is doing, kind of creating these new content out there. So now we're going to talk about the AI timeline a little bit because this was something that I think also I was quite unfamiliar with. I've never seen Blade Runner, but I had seen like Star Wars and things like that, so I was kind of like familiar with this sci-fi space. And then all of a sudden, it just seemed to become real. But backing up, so Alan Turing was in the 1950s, and he came up with the Turing test, which again, thinking about that clip, and Rebecca was just a scenario where there was a set list of questions, there was a human terminal, and there was a computer terminal. So one human would be on a machine, and it would ask a question. Let's say, how was the weather today? And it wouldn't know who was responding. And it would have to, the human would go through a set of questions, and it would get responses from the computer and from the human. And then if the human who was asking the questions could not determine which response came from which terminal, that machine, that AI system that was responding, was deemed to be this kind of true AI system, human-like, where a human couldn't detect the boundary between who it was communicating with. And so that was 76 years ago, just for context of where we're at today. Again, for me personally, this felt very, very brand new, and I really was kind of like, how did this all happen so quickly? And I feel like that's also what you see a lot in the news, like the hype and all the things. But really, researchers have been working on this for quite a while.
Are you saying 76 is ancient?
No. I didn't put any label on that. I wasn't around 76 years ago. Yeah, it wasn't even that long ago. You're right. This all happened so quickly. My bad. So the next guy up here is John, and he was a researcher at Stanford, and he was the one that coined the term artificial intelligence. Again, these words really meaning how we use them in today. Artificial meaning not natural, organic, human, authentic kind of, and then intelligence. Just it has the ability to reason and process in the way that we use intelligence in a human sense. Then in the 60s through the 80s, we have these rule-based expert systems. Someone was mentioning that over there about kind of like that decision tree notion of if I give it a bunch of rules, if A, then do this, if C, then do this, if burned cookie, then throw it out. That's what these rule-based systems are. So this is fully being programmed into the computer. A human is saying, these are the rules that I'm setting, these are the algorithms I'm setting, and the computer is following those algorithms. Again, thinking about what automation was without the AI, there's no reasoning that the machine is doing. It's strictly just doing what the human programmed. And then in the 90s, we had the IBM machine that beat, I think it was a world leader, yeah, in chess. You can tell that I'm not a chess player. But this system had the ability to beat a human expert at a game, but it was not doing this with true AI kind of reasoning and intelligence. This was purely brute force. It was going out and figuring all of the possible moves, routes. Yeah, and then that's how it was doing it.
Games that were that had already been played, and it just I said, okay, this is the highest probability that I'll win if I do these rules. And so this poor guy is up against a supercomputer because he's actually playing against himself because most of the games that were loaded in were from Kaspersky and from Minute and other.
Yeah. So then we have deep learning, which did these tasks on image recognition, which was also a very big deal. It was able to take an image, look at the pixels, the data that represents what an image is, and then make these classification things. So we could look at an image of a good cookie or a burnt cookie and make that distinction. And then we have the transformer architecture, which those who are familiar with computer science might know that paper attention is all you need. So in 2017, this is really when machine learning, deep learning, and we hear like neural networks is really big. And now we have this, what we call a transformer architecture, which neural networks are just kind of the machine learning to process in a similar structure as humans. Again, kind of simply put there. And we're learning about these different layers and these attention layers, they're called, in these systems that are able to process data in a very complex way, similar to a human. The big thing here being that it's able to learn context. So if it sees like a stream of bits or pixels that represent an image, it's learning the full context. If it's seeing text, it's able to go feed forward or back propagation and kind of learn the context, similar as humans. So it's really kind of developing this more human-like reasoning ability and training ability, prediction ability, all of the fun things. And then 2022, I think, is about when ChatGPT really became where we were all using it, I would say. I think in 2019, GPT-2 came out, so programmers, computer scientists were interacting with it more, and that was a really big deal. But really, it was quite recently that we have these chatbots. And I think similar to Google, how we say, like, oh, can I Google that for you? I'm gonna Google that, which is really just using a search engine. None of us ever say, I'm gonna go look on my search engine and ask it this question. We say, I'm gonna use Google. I think ChatGPT has kind of become that new Google where we're like, I'm gonna ask ChatGPT, but I've heard people using Copilot and other systems. These are all chatbots. They're all trained on large amounts of data. Those underlying algorithms are not all necessarily the same, which is why they all behave differently. They could be debiased in different ways. So maybe some allow you to swear. Maybe there's a 21 plus version of these systems that responds to profanity. I don't know. But we have ChatGPT, but really chatbots. And so now in today we have AI assistants, we have autonomous AI, we have image generation, all of these things. Dr. Jones keeps saying agentic. So we talk about these agentic systems, agentic AI, which is just a bunch of these large language models kind of realized as these agents, and they're all interacting with each other, doing different tasks. So I might have an agentic pipeline. Maybe I'm a teacher, and I want to make sure that my lesson plan reaches all my students. So maybe I have kind of like 5 types of students, the ones that get things quickly, the ones that don't, those maybe who are not native English speakers, all of the things. And I might have agents that kind of represent, based on a persona that I give it or information I give it, help me craft a lesson plan or lesson plans where I can reach these students, or provide note-taking help documents for these types of students. fill in the blank types of things. And that's what this kind of like agentic capability is. It's these large language models kind of being realized in this agent way. And are people familiar with Word, like the OG Word that had Clippy, Microsoft Word? I often think about agentic AI as just being Clippy, which is crazy because that was around in the 90s. So again, all of this stuff has kind of been around for a little bit. But as I just kind of mentioned, of course, we have to talk about large language models, and typically called LLMs. And so what are these LLMs doing? As we've talked about algorithms, machine learning, deep learning, etc., they're ingesting these large amounts of human written text, of images, of videos, of audio, things transcribed, etc., and they're learning the statistical patterns of language. So what that basically means is the model is learning the way that we communicate, but it's also in doing that and understanding terms that appear frequently, types of things. It's also kind of learning this knowledge. And so that's kind of when we interact with these chatbots, it feels like they really are thinking and reasoning fully as these almost like human-like entities or beings. But really, they've just learned the kind of frequency and co-occurrence and statistical patterns of language that often knowledge transfers to. And so if it's a low resource environment, so it hasn't seen something before, it's not going to know. If it's not seen a lot of examples, it might not be very good at it. And then also the way that these models are designed, the way that information is shared, there might be some average representation of what the good response is. So people's language, their culture, their beliefs might not necessarily be reflected in the outputs. And so that's why people do a lot of prompt engineering to kind of like get the outputs to be more of what they want. So if we think about machine learning and what we talked about, when you prompt it, like I kind of was explaining, it tokenizes it, whatever, does all this fun stuff behind the scenes, but then really what it's doing is when it crafts its response to you, it is just finding the next probable token in a series of tokens. And so that's why sometimes if you ask it the same thing twice, it might give you a little bit different of a response. It might be totally wrong just because it didn't have the right probabilities to even give you a response that makes sense, et cetera. But that's really kind of under the hood of what it's doing, is just saying, what's the next likely thing that I should put in this sentence? How are we doing on time?
5. You're good.
Okay. So I had some like little interactive things, but this is good because it was like going to be a live demo, and you should never do live demos in front of a group of people, and we have other things like that. But I just wanted to run through quickly some AI considerations for us to think about. The first one, and I think maybe one of the most important things to think about, is data sovereignty, which is really your personal ownership of your personal data. A lot of other these things kind of fall under data sovereignty. But again, to the question of like, if we upload a video to YouTube, that information now, anyone can kind of access that and use that in their models. How do I feel about that? What are practices that I want to kind of put in place as an educator? How do I want to teach my students about data sovereignty? All of those things. And then privacy and security, again, as we've talked about, these machines I really don't care if the company says we're not recording this, like you've paid for it. I'm sure that it is in some dark part of the world storing all of it, but just really thinking about, not giving it information that you don't want it to have about yourself, because oftentimes even like in simple things like crafting an email or writing up a document, things like your home address and stuff can slip in there because you're just wanting to get a task done quickly, but it is recording all of that. It has all of that access, and there's a lot of, yeah.
So that happened to my family and I. We received an invitation for an event that we were just talking about, the invitation. We were not going to go because it didn't fit into our calendar. But then within the hour in my calendar, the event appeared with the location, time, and event, and I thought, what is that doing in my phone calendar?
Yeah.
I was really shocked by it.
Yeah.
So my phone went.
Yeah.
It was disturbing.
Yeah. Yeah, I think sometimes like if you have a smart machine like an Alexa, or if you have your Google connected to things, because now like obviously Google has Gemini, et cetera, like all these things are connected, and it's trying to make your life more efficient and helpful, and it's remembering things for you that you might forget, like this event, but it's unnerving.
They transfer data from your old phone
Yeah, yeah.
Siri and Alexa are really bad at this stuff, but they're trying to kind of rein it in a little bit.
Yeah, yeah, go ahead.
Just before you move on from privacy and security, we have a lot of teachers in here, and so student data is like really important not to put in there because
Yeah.
it's not even your data.
Right.
But you have access to all of these files and rosters and student data. And
Yeah.
like, it's just really an important consideration for teachers that you think about what you're feeding into your chat box because those are minors.
Yeah, and I think a lot of these companies do have these systems that you can purchase from them where it's like under your school affiliation and they're not giving this data out and it's kind of designed for that. But again, I would still be kind of conscious and aware of it just because we're a little bit behind in all the development from the companies, and so it's like it's not really clear to the end user what's going on there. Then I have bias and fairness, which we touched on, kind of who's being represented, who's being underrepresented, what biases are being de-biased, what's meaningful to people in their culture, society. Are there fair outcomes? Should certain things stay biased? Like if I'm asking a medical question and I'm of a certain demographic or age, it should probably be biased to that, kind of truthfully to help me. Transparency, when it gives an output, why did it give me that output? How certain is it? What is the data behind that output? Does it have citations? And then lastly, I just put on here human oversight again, just to kind of reiterate that when you're using these systems and tools, like always review the content, still trust yourself and your critical thinking and your personal knowledge, because just because it outputs something very nicely doesn't mean that it's true. And try and think about really how you can use these systems to help you, like in your classroom, et cetera. It sounds like it's quite helpful to help you be creative, help students learn, all of those things, but to still maintain the trust in yourself and your experiences and your knowledge and your background, and not kind of let these things take over too much. So I think we're good. I don't know if we have any time for questions, but I'll float it out there. But yeah, those are the slides.
Very cool. What was your name again?
Autumn.
Dr. Autumn?
Dr. Toney, yes.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yes. Absolutely, I'll send it to Keanu and he can, yeah, for sure, yeah. Yes.
I just had like a comment that I wanted to make, and I was glad that you showed kind of like, what should I say, you connected it to how like a warehouse would go with the automation and
Yeah.
everything. And I was thinking about this with the last presentation because right now, like all of the things as we go through time, there's these new innovations and things that are happening, and like in the past with the innovations of what is it called? It's like, remember the era of making like the factories and everything. I can't remember what industrialization.
Mm-hmm.
We didn't live through that time, so all the people like us during this time, during that time, there might have been like these naysayers and things. All of this stuff is building it up. And then when we were born into that, so we didn't go through all of that process of trying to adopt it, seeing what the ethical things and everything like that. But now it's our turn with this, with AI, to start seeing, okay, well, what's the ethical part of it? How is it helping us? But it was already done in the industrial type era too. The same problems, the same issues were happening then. It's just that we didn't experience that, but now we're experiencing it here. And our children and grandchildren will be born into this already being set up for them to use. And then it's going to do the same thing for them. Probably there'll probably be something whole new different.
That's such a nice final bow on this presentation, because you're right. Like, we inherently trust these things because it's familiar and it's what was there when we. Exactly. Yeah, but there's risks and everything. Yeah.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Woohoo! Just unplug the HDMI as quick as possible.
This.
I should have just used yours. I'm kidding.
No, that's Keanu's though.
It
No,
is?
no,
Okay.
yeah. I'll leave
That's
it
fine.
there.
Go ahead and leave it here. I'll plug it in.
Let me get this out of your way. Sorry.
I'll switch over the mic.
Oh my God, I'm screaming into the mic. I'm so sorry.
Because I already just the audio for myself when I was raising my voice too.
Howdy. I'm already here. Testing. 1, 2, 3.
it's okay. Hello, can everybody hear me?
Give me about a minute.
Okay, 1 minute, go. No, I'm kidding.
Mykl is one of the very maverick teachers. Maverick. So at St. Mykl, he helped us establish a makerspace where there's 3D printing, there's all these fancy gadgets that he did with his students there. Very innovative. The board president from St. Michael's will agree, right, Miranda?
Yes.
So
Where's that location at?
it's just what?
You know where Windrock is?
Yeah.
Yeah, just keep going up towards the trees. St. Michael's right there before you hit the trees. Just keep on going. You know where Denny's is? That's St. Michael's.
That's a very novel response.
It is, huh? Over there, right?
So so he's very dynamic, very innovative, and he gives us a lot of computer knowledge, just like Dr. Toney. It's kind of funny saying that.
I know.
These guys are growing, is my point. And so he's also got his master's in engineering at NTU. So because our partnership with NTU, that program has become a program at NTU. So if you want to do your master's, go to NTU.
Yeah.
It's a great place to do that. So he's a teacher, but now he's an engineer too.
Yes,
So
sir.
give it up to
Right. Thank you guys. It's so cool to see some of you guys again and to hear, some of the trials and tribulations and the new programs. Even just paying attention, the thing that Keanu used, right? That little tiny meta thing. I was like, ooh, I need that in the classroom, right? You learn these little things by paying attention and to listen to Python, another Python teacher. Cool. Well, I lost the love for coding because we ended up getting libraries and all this stuff that we were putting into the coding program. And I'm like, we spent all these hours making these and they're already done? Ah. And I had boring teachers, right? Okay, open your chair. Right? And so I kind of lost the love for it, but I got the love back with Spike Prime and the Prime kits, the Lego kits. But before that, I got the Harvard Scratch programming certification, and I learned about visual coding. And that's where you take blocks and you put them together, and we got this thing called Shake the Code, where it's like you grab it and you go like this, and if something's not connected, oh, that's why it doesn't work. It's not connected. And so it's a visual thing, and we can teach you to code in like one day, some things, and that was neat. But there was a special thing, and you programmers would love it, and it was when you plugged in a new device, live while the code is running, it would see the device and tell you the data from it. So if it's a telemetry thing, you could get temperature, you could get like proximity, you could tell what position a motor was in, and I was like, wow, Lego is doing this. And I talked to Lego, but maybe they didn't understand what I was talking about, but in regular coding, like in Python, you got to compile the thing, right, before you run it? There's something powerful about changing code while it's running. Imagine if we didn't have any power outages, right? Because the code was changed while it was running, and it was able to redirect stuff, and we can have that human interaction. Well, you guys have to be patient with me because Dr. Jones told me I had to abbreviate this, and so I'm talking a little faster. So we're going to get down to the nitty-gritty here. Okay, so let's see if we wake up. There we go. All right, so I've got a website called myklmedia.com, and I've written some programs in there. And what's really cool is this is a web page application. I wrote it with what's called vibe coding. That means, like with us in learning Java, Python, C++, we can put together kind of like an idea of the way the program's going to run, that iterative programming thing. But what's cool about this is you can talk to this and you can say, I need a program that accesses ping data, which means you gamers, right? Ping, Is it really big? It's horrible. Your internet connection is bonkers. But if it's really low, it's kind of good. And I want something visual. And so what I can do is I have the program that I wrote. I can just go, oh, visit Greene Ping. Woohoo, boom. And it's right here. And that's pretty cool. And it's starting. And a program I wrote only with my voice. And I can click install. And this is from Google Chrome. Google Chrome is powerful. And teachers, engineers, and homemakers, and people who are teaching at home, you can do this. You could be a programmer. You just have to understand some stuff. So I just installed this program right now. And this is telling us that we're going from medium to good on our internet because it's sliding back and forth. And I wrote this a little bit for my son, Victor, and we'll have him kind of introduce himself in a second because he's a heck of a programmer. Okay, so yeah, myklmedia.com. Yeah, you can come and see my programs. You guys want some cool programs? Well, one of the programs is a presentation. Oh, how many anybody uses PowerPoint? Anybody? You ever heard of it? Anybody? Is it too old? Okay, well, with your PowerPoint presentation, what if they asked you, like Mr. Jones does, hey, can you speak tomorrow? Well, I wrote a program where as I talk, it creates a PowerPoint behind me and presents it and searches. So out of the, just because you want to, you can start doing it. And you can also make it so slides only show up AI style, like maybe every 3 seconds, 10 seconds, or they stay there when they don't know what the heck you're talking about. Okay? And it also gives you a live transcript of everything that's being said. So everything that we're talking about right now is actually being transcribed. Right? Yeah. So as we're talking, it's good to know the notes, right? It's good to know what Mr. Greene said or was wrong about, right? So let's go ahead and just speed this up a little bit. And okay, not AI, okay? So I created this a couple of years back. Some of you who've followed Mr. Greene's stuff, this is just something I do before the classes, before I did online classes when we're stuck in COVID, right? And our principal, it's the principals who make this happen. Our principal said, hey, Mr. Greene, you know what? We want a lot of teachers to be kind of like you with some energy, without anything illegal substances. Right? But she had said something that was pretty profound, and that was, you got to be Hollywood. You cannot compete, and you can't really learn these days a lot of times for more than a TikTok 3-minute or 1-minute section. Okay? One of the things that's been very helpful for me as a teacher is telling our students, I'm like, hey, I understand you guys are going to figure out some way to be distracted. Can you guys give me 20 minutes? If you guys give me 20 minutes, I'll let you guys have some time for yourselves. And it's cool because a lot of times that 20 minutes ends up going into a question and answer session that ends up taking a better part of the time. But I gave them that out, and I'm like, guys, I really need 20 minutes. You have to learn something in Mr. Greene's class, please, right? Please, okay? And I understand that, yeah, AI, a lot of kids can instantly put stuff in there, but AI can also help the teachers monitor and kind of get an idea if they're cheating, Okay, but this is what can be done without AI. This was done with Filmora, and you drag and drop things, and it's kind of fun, but it takes a little bit of learning, right? Okay, and so this is the kind of presentations that I'm doing now. By the way, I've only taken 24 hours to learn this, and this is what I created in less than 24 hours. In fact, I've created 2 presentations, and this is the second.
Welcome to this video on bridging the written English and digital divide in the Navajo Nation and beyond. This presentation explores how artificial intelligence can empower underserved rural communities.
Rural and tribal communities, including the Navajo, Hopi, and Zuni nations, face continuing educational inequities. These challenges are made worse by limited technological understanding, lack of training for teachers, and language barriers that create worsening academic problems.
Even now, less than 75% of Navajo Nation households don't have active or consistent broadband access, compared to over 90% in urban areas. This technological gap significantly impacts literacy and access to educational information. Rural struggle, limited spoken and even less written English proficiency, and a lack of technological resources. The computers and resources they do have are underutilized, since many of the teachers are not comfortable with it themselves. These barriers make it difficult to excel in modern collaborative STEM environments, like robotics, zero robotics, earthshot, and more. Mr. Greene with Navajo Technical University working at St. Michael's.
Artificial intelligence offers a promising path forward. By enabling teachers to personalize student learning, providing real-time language translation, and offering them feedback, AI can act as an educational equalizer, helping our students engage deeply with more deep, complex concepts. As you will see here in a few minutes, Mr. Greene is encouraging students in St. Michael's to teach teachers.
We'll talk about it later.
More on that later.
A suite of AI tools is just beginning to become successfully deployed in the Navajo Nation in rural middle and high school classrooms, like Mr. Greene's physics, statistics, and engineering classes at St. Michael's. Tools like Gemini, Claude, and Otter support brainstorming and note-taking, while Deep AI and Copilot assist with complex equations and technical coding tasks.
AI integration extends to essential educational platforms. From automating data analysis in spreadsheets to supporting visual coding in robotics competitions, these tools maximize student engagement and analytical skills.
A few summers ago, Navajo students used AI at a summer program at St. Michael's School. It was hard. The California students talked so fast and used words our students barely understood. They couldn't see beyond us. But the next year, we used AI chat to successfully understand and write code for the International
Space Station.
They also used it to communicate with students in Silicon Valley, not just as peers, but team leaders, demonstrating how technology can bridge gaps in prior technical experience. How did we do it? Using pseudocode, or plain English instructions. It acts as a fast cognitive bridge. AI tools can interpret this logic, helping students build their computational skills and English proficiency simultaneously through iterative feedback. One of Mr. Greene's favorite students, well, let's call him Dominic. He had trouble writing. Mr. Greene wanted him to ask questions and use the chat to proofread and suggest edits. By the time he graduated, he had taken his reading comprehension and writing
To 9th grade level, 3rd to 9th grade level.
Traditional student education is evolving into something Mr. Greene calls X-Stream, where AI powers breakthroughs across all disciplines. This includes everything from real-time scientific simulation to creative multimedia and logical algorithm construction.
The impact is measurable. Following the integration of tailored AI learning tools, Navajo Technical University reported a 15% increase in STEM course.
That was supposed to be Uncle Joe. You just wait till you see yours, Tom.
Importantly, AI adoption will help preserve, not erase, tribal languages and culture. Platforms are now supporting indigenous translation, digitizing oral histories, and creating bilingual materials to revitalize language and identity.
ethical and spiritual
Dr. Jones?
Balance technological sovereignty with human wisdom, ensuring data privacy
Listen
and
for a second.
policies that enhance rather than replace traditional guidance and spiritual leadership. So, Uncle Joe is right. And Dr. Ben, don't worry, I'm not going to take over the classroom. There's another voice. Our students' more confidence. Oh, and yes, Mr. Greene program this year in December. While challenges like infrastructure gaps and community skepticism remain, the thoughtful, transparent application of AI continues to bridge divides and create new opportunities for rural and tribal students. To fully realize the benefits of AI in underserved communities, leaders should focus on a strategic roadmap. This includes investing in infrastructure.
Sorry, Loretta, I tried to make you. Where she's.
In conclusion, artificial intelligence serves as a powerful equalizer for rural and tribal communities. With continued investment, ethical practices, and strong partnerships, I can help bridge the digital divide and empower future generations. Carmen, NTU, and Mr. Greene, hope you enjoyed the presentations today and offer support to teachers to learn with their students, so they can more enthusiastically help their students and coworkers discover the amazing benefits of AI tools. The jobs will be taken away by AI, but the people using the AI tools will get the jobs. I'm Gemini. On behalf of Mr. Greene and myself, I thank you at Northern Arizona University and Carmen Sumach.
What do you guys think? You can do this in a day. And I'm probably accurately saying that most anybody who really kind of has a love for making videos and PowerPoint presentations can do this without having to take a bunch of time learning a new software, because you can talk it. You can talk it and create it. And yeah, there's some steps to it. It took 20 minutes to make the video, but it took about 4 hours of editing to put little tiny things in there, right? And to add in real quick and hoping that didn't break the program, right? In Python, we're like, did I save it? Oh no, where'd it go? Okay, so. You know what? I can't do that. I have to pay now to teach you guys. No, I'm kidding. Okay, so I wrote a paper first off, and I used AI to do some research, and I got it pretty robust, about 30 pages. And I can do 30 to 50 pages in a day when I'm really over-caffeinated, okay? And so I was kind of primed for this because I was getting my master's thesis defense stuff, videos all ready for YouTube and all this. And I had put together a video that was pretty much unedited for my thesis. And then I was like, I didn't want to touch any of the buttons, right? Anybody use AutoCAD before, right? Or SolidWorks, right? We're like, oh man, what's it? And you realize that some of those menus are redundant. But because I used Filmora for that first video, and I knew how it goes, and maybe some of you use like iMovie, maybe some of you have used Cinema 4D, and Victor, what are some of the others? Yeah. There's a lot. But once you kind of get a feel for the way they work, suddenly this AI thing that's there now has components that you can edit. Anybody ever see a casino ad and there's like things that are off? And your TV keeps on telling you, casino this, royal luck, something, something. And it's like, they say things wrong, and it's like, just log in and you'll be good. And you're like, Logan? Yes.
So the big thing around this time is politicians pitching for your vote, right?
It is.
Would you sell? Would you make a mock-up for them to campaign?
I absolutely would, you know, to show them how to do this stuff. And it'd be better if they had better memories, right? When you hire 4 of you guys, or you know, your research lobbyists, to read that 200-page paper and you only have a 5-minute synopsis of it, or a little thing, you're talking as if you know something, but it's actually those 4 people that know it, right? So what AI does is it puts those 4 people right in your head, right there. And with these kids who are cheating with math, okay, question AI is wonderful. You can take a picture of things, but I teach them how to cheat at first, and I tell them, you know what, you're not learning anything. Here's how to use that tool to actually explain it to me. And they're like, I didn't understand it. I was like, well, tell it to teach you as a 3rd grader. Mr. Greene, I'm a 9th grader. I know. Try it. And then they're like, that was good. And that kid, Dominic, he really did. He wrote all his papers by hand. And what he would do, though, is he would go in there and he would ask questions. He's like, I don't understand this. Why did this book say this? Can you explain it to me? And he said, I don't understand any of this. I don't think it's useful. I said, ask it as the 3rd grader. Okay? But when he graduated, he was like, hey, Mr. Greene, 7th grade. I know what he meant. His AI, he would say, hey, explain this as a 7th grader, right? And you know what? His reading improved. The English teacher was like, wow, this is really cool, but he's a Luddite. He's one of these people who doesn't like technology, and he's anti-AI, so I don't even go there, right? But we have to realize that, yeah, a lot of people were like, I'm going to ride my bike and a horse. I'm never getting into that death trap. At 50 miles an hour, I bet you your brain starts to resonate and you die. Okay, technology moves forward. It's a tool. Okay, and it doesn't even help us to try and get spinning on a bunch of things like, oh, is it alive? Is it this? I'm like, well, you know what? It's a tool. Use it right now for what you need to do, because if you're just sitting around wondering, what a unicorn would taste like, that's how you get stuck in a TikTok loop, right? Anybody lose a whole day on TikTok? Yeah. Okay. They're not willing to raise their hands, but it happens. Yes.
So I remember the conversations we had in Karma where AI was just now coming onto the scene. It hadn't been an AI race yet, and the recommendation you made was get in there, utilize it as much as you can, because big tech is going to come in and they're going to shut it down and start to limit our use. Has that limitation happened?
Well, it's not that they were limiting. They wanted you to be scared of it so they can monetize it. And they have, right? If you want the advanced things, a lot of times you got to pay a little bit. Luckily, it didn't go too crazy. But things like Base 44, you could pay $20 a month for, but if you want just a chat that's genius level, that gets into all the university research areas and stuff like that, and it's like you can take it to the bank, kind of research stuff. Deep AI is one of my favorites, but we talked about it, I think, in here. Here is one of my first AI videos that I did. I asked, no, it's not really based off of Tom. I had my picture. And I said, hey, make me more handsome, right? And also make it more marketable, taller. Perhaps I could be on a box. Okay, but this was for another project that I did, and it turned out well for YouTube.
Green water on Kickstarter. Our gray water system filters water on demand, an optional distillery and safe drink. Help us bring clean water to Navajo families. Hi, I'm Mykl Greene. I'm launching green water on Kickstarter.
Okay, so we've got a project where we can filter water just as fast as you can use it. Pretty cool, right? But like you said, there's a lot of politics that goes into making something that would absolutely save us right now. And that's why we need to be able to have super fast little videos, right? TikTok-style videos. Okay. And we need to have our programs, that we can do. And, well, let Victor introduce himself a little bit. He has been with us in a lot of different programs. We were supposed to have 2 other students come with us, but hey, you know how things kind of go during the summers with sports and all.
Okay, all right. I'm Victor Hayden Greene, and I've done stuff with like Zero Robotics and Burst Robotics and stuff of that nature. And
yeah, cool. So just explain your computer hardware that you have just at home.
Oh, I spent way too much on it. But so I'm using like AI to optimize through the BIOS, like all the BIOS settings. So like an overclock, let's say my GPU. Yeah. So I could get, let's say, an extra 200 megahertz. Yeah. So I can optimize the speed and make it perform better, communicate better between different components. So I have an AMD CPU and a NVIDIA GPU. So it can, it's a 58. But yeah.
Okay, sorry.
But yeah, basically making the communication between the components a lot easier without any extra steps, and yeah, making it more streamlined.
Very cool. Well, poor Victor had to be a coder for 2 or 3 teams during Zero Robotics. A couple times. And one of the reasons is because we were able to do and understand like the G code, right, in Python. We knew how to tell the robot, go forward, turn right, go forward, stop, turn around, stuff like that. And we could get kind of the pseudocode going, but nobody could actually program it, or they were scared of it, right? Because if it doesn't work the first time, we really feel like, you know what, I'm never going to get this. This is not fun. And we really needed other students to teach students. But we also realized that we had a better way to have maverick teachers have better outcomes by teaching the student to teach the teachers. It was really strange because I would teach the teacher, but they weren't really paying attention. You'll notice Mr. Greene's a little more loud, right? And I had more wow, fireworks going. And that's because I'm trying to get to the kids, right? And that's how I teach them. And then when they teach the adults, I don't know, they have this like little thing like, I should be as smart as this kid or whatever, you know, and they pay attention more, okay? So Albert, right? One of my coolest students who's creating software for the Navajo language, you're probably realizing that some of this stuff is coming from right here, home. It has to be homegrown, right? They can't get it anywhere else. And some people are messing up on the stories. And you know how they argue from Tuba City all the way out to Tohatchi and then over here. And they're like, oh, no, that's how you said it wrong. Right? They don't realize there's diphthongs and the dialects are different. But now we're starting to realize that it's okay to have the differences. And that within the Navajo language, within the Apache, within Zuni, we have all this going. I want to make sure you guys have plenty of time to eat, right? And so I'm glad that came about. Did we watch that whole thing? This right here is a way we can like logic it out ourselves, right? Everything that we do can be logicked out, and if we're on paper, we're saying, oh, you make a decision here, and you go either left or right, and it's like a roadmap. Or for the old people, you won't know this. It's called Price is Right. It's Plinko. You drop it from the top, and eventually it goes down, and somebody wins $500, right? Well, we have these kind of things, but we also have the machine learning, which can take weighted values, saying, you know what, if you go this way, it's worth more money. If we go this way, well, it's an option, but it's not the best option usually. And so it can make these decisions, and the very simple ones were like just 2 levels down, and they look like spider diagrams and everything else. And so I'll show you one last quick video because, nope, that's not the one. We had one for, green neighborhoods. Okay, so my master's in electrical engineering, I was trying to let people know that if we're generating, and we're talking like this beforehand with Uncle Joe, that if everybody was producing 20% of their own peak electricity on their roof, which is easy, by the way, we could reduce neighborhood power usage by 80%. And that would make sure that $2 million, that's only 1 mile, by the way, of power lines, will last longer. They only last 40 years right now. Okay? And you have to imagine that's like world data. Navajo Nation is a lot rougher, right? On things. I don't know if you've ever seen a whole bunch of power lines kind of leaning cattywampus, right? Like, oh wow, hope the pigeon doesn't poop on that one. Right? Well, if you want this stuff to last longer, we have to reduce the use. Okay? And then Dr. Hamilton was kind of telling us that 16 hours of laptop time to do one image, right? And AI does stuff. You guys, this will freak you out. Our power usage, so from the time that we had the Tesla and direct current, AC current battles, and we started getting all that electricity going, well, to about 15, 20 years ago, that, if you think about that as the size of a golf ball, that's how much energy we're using. The projected energy for the next 50 to 100 years is the size of Jupiter. I mean, it breaks our brain, right? The planet Jupiter, you know, not your dog, you know, but it's like the planet Jupiter, and we're like, well, what are we going to do? And so there's a ramp up, right, to that. And of course, these data centers are taking up so much electricity. However, if we do things like green neighborhoods, we can reduce the load, and we can figure out things. If we rely only on solar panels, by the way, and I did this calculation for what projected energy use we're using, we'd have to cover every square inch of the Earth, including the oceans. Does everybody want the whole globe covered in solar panels? Okay, but remember, don't throw them out. Solar panels are good for little things, right? They're great for an RV. They're great even for our trailers. And if we start putting these on businesses, are most businesses 24 hours? No, they're not. So they're not utilizing that energy. But if we hybridize that approach and we have like flex fuel generators, we have modular battery systems and all this working out, and so that I keep on pointing.
To this video presentation on marine energy. This master's thesis defense explores the potential for redirecting traditional grid upgrade funding toward distributed energy resilience, or DER, as a strategic approach to power infrastructure.
Okay, and to answer your question, Tom, I use Google Slides. Okay, it's a presentation software, right? Under File, it says Make Video. I did this with my PowerPoint. I didn't do all the magic. Okay, this is vanilla. That means I just pressed that button, it did it, and I tried to do it again, and it didn't turn out as good, so I'm like, oh, go back to the original, right? We make a copy of the original, so we have versioning. But this is pretty good, and maybe this is interesting.
The core problem is that our current electrical grid was built for a different era, with massive upgrade costs, aging infrastructure, and significant economic losses from outages. Our centralized model is increasingly fragile. Investing in distributed energy offers a more resilient alternative. The central argument is clear. Redirecting capital from centralized upgrades to distributed home and neighborhood energy systems will yield greater resilience, lower costs, and faster decarbonization. This vision rests on three pillars: pilot programs, interconnected neighborhoods, and support costs. This approach uses the, quote, 23rd standard. This target requires homes to generate at least 20% of their annual electricity, combined with a 72-hour autonomous storage capacity. These systems integrate smart technology to remain cost competitive while ensuring reliability. Comparing centralized grid upgrades to distributed systems reveals stark differences. Distributed energy is modular, provides immediate local resilience, and
and prevents cascading failures. It does not replace the grid, but rather reduces our dependency on it and defers costly, traditional upgrades. Greene e-neighborhood microgrids are designed to produce over 80% of their power locally. This is achieved through aggregate generation, shared storage layers, intelligent load management, and standardized grid interaction protocols to maintain energy independence. A key feature is self-islanding capability. By using IEEE 1547 to 2018 compliant technology, these neighborhoods can disconnect from the main grid during failures, prioritize critical loads, and share power peer-to-peer to maintain consistent energy service. When it comes to cost effectiveness, their investment is significantly more efficient. Data suggests it can be 7 to 28 times more effective per dollar than traditional transmission upgrades, transforming infrastructure spending into a long-term asset. Energy justice is a first priority for Greene. Tribal and rural communities, which often face longer and more frequent outages, stand to benefit most from this sovereignty-aligned approach, which uses scalable pilot models to ensure equitable deployment. This model also extends the lifespan of existing grid assets. By reducing load through smart, distributed systems, utilities can defer major capital expenditures for years or even decades, eventually transitioning the centralized grid into a supplemental backup rather than the primary backbone. Realizing this vision requires 5 specific policy pathways: amending grids, establishing tax parity for DER, ensuring environmental justice set-asides, streamlining interconnection, and integrating resilience standards into building codes. To summarize the key takeaways, the current grid paradigm is inefficient, while distributed systems are proven, resilient, and cost-effective. By focusing on policy reform and local production, we can scale this model to build a more robust national energy future. This diagram illustrates the two systems, a centralized battery bank for long-term storage versus modular, hot-swappable battery units that allow for flexible capacity expansion and easier maintenance at the home level. Finally, this map displays a conceptualized Greene neighborhood within the Navajo Nation, showing how localized generation from solar and wind, combined with storage, creates a network that meets the majority of local energy demand autonomously. This slide illustrates the functional difference between a home relying on raw utility power and one equipped with a Greene E inverter-based power conditioner. The conditioner actively senses and corrects voltage disturbances, protecting appliances from surges and harmonics while ensuring stable performance. Here we see an overview of the software capabilities integrated into the system, including tools for knowledge mapping, search and replace functions, and structured database management to support the intelligent coordination of power assets. This slide outlines the project objectives, ranging from demonstrating cost-effectiveness and improving power quality for rural and tribal communities to fostering local job creation through specialized engineering training programs. This software logic diagram demonstrates the underlying programming and decision-making processes, showcasing how the system evaluates power data to perform calculations and deliver automated corrections in real time. Finally, this chart compares Greene solutions against large-scale conventional infrastructure investments. It highlights a 92% difference in power downtime reduction, underscoring the efficiency gains achieved through their microgrid investments over time. Thank you for watching this presentation. As we look to the future, we envision millions of resilient nodes working together. Please reach out if you have questions or would like to review the cited research and references.
Wow, that was rough to do this. So that was the culmination of about 3-4 years of work there. Coming together, talking with, and you wonder, how do you get inspired to do this stuff? But I was over there in teacher housing, and I noticed that all of our trailers are hooked up to 2 power poles. Okay, I go over there, and it's 400 amp service, meaning there's 200, right? But I'm like, I go look at the meters, the pillars, they're 100 amps. There's 15 homes. But it mathematically it actually works. I know, you would think, 100, 200, it should be 1,500, right?
Don't tell NTUN.
Well, I'm pretty sure they kind of know because they're really stretching it. And it's just because of active users, they schedule it for about 25 to like 30% of the energy. And so, we talk about weird stuff, about, Mr. Greene has a dream about putting cows in space. Yeah. Because we have a lot of problems with grazing, right? And a lot of, very poor countries, they're not trying to ruin the environment, but in order to make some money, they know that everybody's going to eat steak, and so they cut down trees, and they put all this cattle there, and people buy it, and it's not their fault. But one of the things we could do is, like, if you have AI, you can sit there and be like, can a cow live in space? Well, if you produce oxygen. Well, how do you do this stuff? If we had spinning tubes in space that were just basically fields, one of the neat things we were talking about, and Victor comes in soundboards, is that maybe we could get the centripetal force down so that the cows could maybe get fatter, right? Have more fat content, or spin it faster for more gravity and they'd have more meat, But then you'd be able to put all the darn cows in space, and their farts and everything else will, they'll be there, and we'd probably be able to sell it for a premium. But this is the kind of stuff you can do with AI, right? And you're like, well, I had this idea. Is there anything behind this? And you can research it, and it helps you. I didn't want to be a video editor. I didn't learn to do the videos like this guy, right? He's so good at videos, right? He does all the presentations and videos, but I didn't go to school for that. But now I can put together at least a few things that are really engaging and awesome. Okay, and that's probably my time, right?
A little bit.
Okay.
Maybe like 5 minutes.
Good gravy. That was rough. Okay, yeah, I can show you guys later on how to use some of these tools. And if you know some new tools, we put them together. I was able to use Scratch programming to create wonderful animations that are about the space station and how we created. I have a video on that. That without AI, we had created. And in Tinkercad, how we make assemblies. Tinkercad is a free program, but a lot of us end up having to use the paid versions of AutoCAD and SolidWorks. But the cool thing is, the kids who know Tinkercad, we challenge the universities to make stuff as fast as we can. And what they do is, because they start off in a 2D world, right? And then they have to extrude and make it 3D. In Tinkercad, you start off in 3D. And so if you take your toy box, as we call it, and you're good with shapes, and you're able to say, this shape is going to cut something off, or this shape's going to add something, you can create like sculptures, engineering sculptures, entire cities, and mechanical objects. And our kids will beat the university people with some of the stuff. The universities are getting smart with that, though, and they're like, oh, because you get to choose, the projects. And sometimes they'll do like little more organic things, that are harder in Tinkercad. Yeah. But we can do it, and we can teach the kids how to use this stuff, the free stuff. Okay? And I want to show the teachers how to use some of the paid stuff. And we'll have students like Victor there for you guys to learn from. Okay. Thank you very much.
Awesome. Thank you, Mykl.
You're welcome.
Okay, yeah, so we're getting close to lunch, so we're gonna break maybe a little bit early. So the folks that I passed out those little pieces of torn paper, that's our lunch pass. So those folks that got the pieces of paper will just meet out in the front, and Dr. Jones will take you downstairs to get lunch. For everybody else that is here, we have some lunch boxes outside, 12. 6 vegan, and the rest are like chicken and some of the sandwiches. So the rest of the participants, the lunch will be out here in the boxes. So I'll be here. And if folks, it's okay if you want to hang out here. I'll be here, and I'll probably start a video around 12:30ish. But yeah, you guys can come back to the room at least by 12:50. Then we'll get started again at 1 o'clock. And for live stream, if you guys want to jump back on about 12:50, that'll be good. But I'll have the live stream just going the whole time. And you'll go down with the group too. Let's get back to our seats and we'll get started. This session we're going to be doing about 15 to 20 minutes-ish, depending on how time goes. But we're essentially going to be, we'll probably need to clear some of our space a little bit. So we have group 1, which will be designated right here. And we're focusing on, Lynette's going to help to kind of do a little demonstration, demo, and a little activity with these, which are called smart motors. And those were created from Tufts University, Center for Engineering Education and Outreach. So they mostly, that's going to be focused on machine learning is kind of more the emphasis for that station. We're going to do some of the machine learning aspects right here too, but mostly with the Spike Prime kits. Then we have Mykl on this side of the room for group 3. That will be doing a little bit more of a, not necessarily handsy, but hands-on interaction with some of the AI tools. But yeah, so that's going to be our section. So I'll set a timer for 20 minutes on our presentation. So after those 20 minutes, we'll just move, rotate around. Yeah. So group 3 will come to group 1, then 1 to 2, and yeah, so on and so forth. But that's mostly it. And it's probably gonna be kind of noisy because we're all gonna be talking and interacting and stuff. So. Yeah. Then that'll take us to at least our next presentation at 2 o'clock. Yeah, cool. So we can probably get started. Let me get you that computer. Cool.
Can you split the screens?
I don't think so that I know of. Let me see if I can. Would you know how to do that?
Down, so this one's, we're on A, and that one's B.
Oh, okay.
So source laptop, we could plug into something over there on that side.
Oh, okay.
Some people use
Wanna,
Google.
we could, I think we could maybe, I think if you have an HDMI,
Yeah, I got HDMI.
maybe we can plug it into right here. Down there.
Oh, you need an extra HDMI cord.
Yeah. 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 Yeah, we're in our groups and we can. Yes. Thanks very much.
And then you want it back after the.
Yeah. We put the timer on too.
Okay, so I have to follow directions? Is that what you're saying? I don't like that.
Okay, we'll start because we might be short on time. I'm assuming everybody's in group 1 in this section. Hi, everybody. My name is Lynette Gilmore. I'm actually in healthcare. I'm a physical therapist, but I love helping, and AI is definitely in healthcare as well. And I usually volunteer and help Keanu and the group. Last year, I helped with the Native Youth Camp, so we were asked if we wanted to help again, so I said sure. So anyways, that's me. My name's Lynette. What we're going to do is we're going to work with these little motors. They were created by Tufts University, so I'll go over a quick presentation here. It's called the Smart Demo Motor. And what is it? It's a standalone system where it doesn't require a computer to program. So it's just its own little unit, and you can use it on its own. Well, I don't know if they're going to do that. Are you guys going to plug this one in too, or no?
You can plug that one in.
I'll just keep talking.
HDMI?
Yeah. That's why I just started. Yeah, but I think you should probably do 15 because it's 2:07 now. Yeah. This is his computer, so. Well, I'll just keep talking because it's supposed to load up soon. So the smart motors use training to programming, and its behavior is determined by us. So we are the one that's going to be inputting the information. And so it's a low barrier to entry and high ceiling for complexity, making it suitable for beginners and advanced users. I don't know what's going on with this. Hold on. Maybe I have to do this. Hold on. Let me see if there's another one. Hopefully it doesn't go off again. Okay. Can you guys see that better now? Okay. So it can be used by beginners and advanced users. So we'll play this quick little video. If it'll play. So smart motor introduction, it's a 1-minute video. So if you have one in front of you, you have the on and off switch in the lower left-hand corner. And it just goes off and on. And there's a little screen. And then there's 2 buttons on the left side if you're facing it. And it's going to change the screen either to play, delete, or to plot points. And the yellow button is a selection button. So we're going to be plotting points. And when you push the yellow button, then that's when it's going to do the plotting. There's also the sensor that connects onto the right side of it. So you have the 2 handles. And then there's a potentiometer in the front that you can move and swirl around. And the top part, that's the kind of motor, external motor. So you can kind of see the, there's 2 ways that you can control that motor. If you saw in the last frame, he closed his hand. So it's a sensor. If he closed his hand, it causes the motor to go around based upon the plots. However, there's another one. So, for example, this one, when we select the plots, this is the y-axis. It's going up and down. Then here, it's going to go side to side on the x-axis. But if we switch this out and you close your hand around it, then it's kind of like the control to control this little motor on top. So if you, yeah, so this video is just showing us, I guess, the anatomy of it and the buttons. So we'll go on to the next one. I know, I had to learn it today too. If I can learn it in like a few minutes, I think you guys can too. All right. Low barrier, high ceiling. Had already mentioned it's created by Tufts, and then they use some files in 3D to print it. And the goal is to just kind of learn how to be the brain for us to input here and create a little, device. So the goal is to design an option to kind of learn how to use this. It'll make more sense. I know it doesn't make sense right now. So what we're going to do is plot at least 3 data points and have the motor run through. And you can also use this like in the storyline. For example, this bunny proof, they'll like read a story. So this rabbit, for example, we want to try to use this to create a gate. We want to open the gate, close the gate, for example. So this is just how you can apply it to have a purpose. Otherwise, you can just do whatever you want, right? But it's a tool in what we're trying to do. So I don't know how to expand this. Oh, right here, okay. There we go. So for example here, these bottom ones, they're using the motor, to create movement in some form. So that's the example there. Activities. So going off of that, language and literacy, you can solve a problem and use fundamentals. So Keanu, where's the stuff that we can use to put on here? You said there was some gadgets.
Yeah, I think there's some.
Like, because we don't have we don't have all the tools.
Do you only have 2 of those?
I think so. You only have 2, right?
Yeah, we don't have 2 of these.
So maybe we can. I'll give an example real quick of this, and then we can separate into groups.
You should be able to fit on there too. Some of them.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
You'll just find some pieces that can fit on there.
So let me see if I can go back. No.
Connect them to the computer. Our USB.
I just want the picture. There we go. So you can see this better, but on the screen here, there's a little arrow, okay? That means it's ready to work. So if I push that button, it's not gonna work because it's connected to the center. But if you see that line, it's gonna connect all the dots. You see how it connected all the dots there? And as I'm connecting the dots, let's see, maybe one of these can fit in here. So we'll use this as a visual feedback. So as I move and twist this, it's gonna move here. So you see how it's moving in 3 spots. That's the first spot, second spot, third spot. You see that?
Does it go around or does it just go back and forth like this?
It's what we put in there. So right now we only have 3 plots, okay? So for example, what you would want to do is connect something on here, and like let's say we want to pretend this is a gate, for example, okay? And now we're gonna close the gate, open the gate. That's an example of that bunny thing. But it can be more elaborate like the other photos. So for example, that arrow there is a play button, meaning it's doing it after we did all the input. If I push this top button, there's X, and here is a plus. So that means play, it's ready to go. But if I push the X here, I'm gonna delete all 3 plots. If I change it and I say now I wanna do the plots, I'm gonna push this top button and do a positive. So now I want to plot, maybe I'm gonna do my XY. There, I'm gonna push, and I'm gonna make another plot, maybe there. And then I'm gonna do another plot. So you're doing XY coordinates and you're choosing it here, and then maybe we'll come up here, and then maybe let's try to come back this way and see what it does. Okay, so I did 5 plots, for example. Now I'm going to change it to play, and now we're going to see what that looks like now. So I'm going to roll this. Okay, it's like no. Oh, there we go. All right. So now we're on. We got 5 plots. 1, 2, 4, 5. So because the XY it doesn't go all the way in a circle because we have this one plot up here higher, so it does the little back and forth thing there. So up, it's going to turn. Now it's going to come back to us because our plot's down there. Does that make sense? So again, I'll delete all 5, and this one is ready to go for a plus. So you guys can work on it, and you can just play around with the coordinates, and then just put a little toy. So you guys saw it, right? You guys can start, and then I can help them back here. Okay. I know. I totally agree. I was like this. I came in today, I didn't know how to use this. Can you see? Can y'all see if I come here? I know. Okay. So this top button controls here. It's like a play button, an X, and a plus. So if I have the play button, I only have 1 point. It's not going to do anything, but you know, maybe that's the play button. So now I gotta make another one. So I'm gonna do the plus button. I'm gonna control the X and Y positions here. That's my plot. I'm gonna make one there. I'm gonna go make another plot and another plot here. So now I'm gonna push, I'll just have 4 spots. That's a positive. It's a plus sign to add. Now we're gonna play it, and let's see if this one will play it. Okay, so it's not set on this one to play, it's set on this one to play. There we go. So here's the first spot, the second, the third, and the fourth. So because it's a linear kind of a line, it's gonna go in that direction. However, let's take away this one. I'm gonna erase that. I'll leave the other ones, and I'll create a new plot. And then maybe I will move this here now. So you see now it's not linear. Now let's see if this has, if it can go, because technically this is a curve, so it's gonna cross paths somehow. So if we go up, okay, maybe it's this one. Or is it this one? Okay, this one is set. The other one is set where this is the controller, but this is the set, so the button's the controller. So when I push it, it's gonna come through these lines and it's gonna move that, so watch. You see that? So we chose those coordinates to do that. So now let's erase all of the buttons, and now let's have somebody add 3 plots.
I'm a holistic learner. What's the purpose of this? What does it do? What does
Exactly.
it teach us?
That's what I was asking Keanu. I'm like, why are you teaching me this?
What is it?
Why do I want to know? So this is actually a training tool. It's a training tool for us to be inputters into a system. So it's just a training practice.
Okay, just
so
to be able
to do hands-on.
to make the spots and
Yeah, to just like play around. It's more like a robotics thing. So when you have this here, you can add different things on there as well.
You can even build it up, huh?
Yeah, and the one photo, and I can change it, there you can create kind of like a little system. So the purpose that you want to do now is just to play around with it and then just add stuff on there. So that story with the rabbit, and like you said, why are we doing this? What is the purpose of having that? What they done in the example is they gave people a book to read about the bunny. So the rabbit, they either want to have a gate. They want to open a gate and let the rabbits run out, or they're trying to get the rabbits in a pen. So, okay, that's in our imagination, but how do we make it through like robotics? It doesn't do it itself. We're the ones that do like the input.
Okay.
Yeah.
So novel engineering is built into this. And
Yeah.
That makes sense.
And so Tufts University is the one who created this as a kind of training tool and probably a very easy step on how to do it, because a lot of the things that you've been looking at today is all AI and in a computer and hooked up into like Wi-Fi and other programs. But this one, it's on a smaller individualized scale. So imagine if you give this to students or kids and they're not connected to the computer or the Wi-Fi. How can they figure this out with a smaller tool that's not a computer? Because we're all used to computers, but our vehicles are also computers. And then you have medical devices that are, have electronics. And so all of that's connected to different things as well. So this is a different avenue, I guess you could say. Yeah. Let me change the picture, then you can see. Huh? Like 107? Oh, that is good. Show them what you're doing. I think it's hard to go all the way around just because you have so many plots and points. You'd have to ask Keanu.
But there's not a slide.
The slides that I showed you are all the ones that are on here, yeah. But you see how they've created these things? It can be elaborate.
I can see how it's clean and how it's engineering.
Yeah.
I'm having a hard time seeing how it's
We have less than a minute.
Do you guys want to see? You guys want to see what they did? Look at what they did.
Yeah.
So they're making the person twirl, and like on the presentation, the example is a gate for the rabbit. But you can make up any scenario that you want. Yeah.
Oh, look at this. This is going. What does this thing? See?
So what? Like I said,
So is it this site that I need to?
No. Hold on. So the X means that you want to delete points. And then if you push it to plus, this controls the Y-axis. This controls the X-axis. Maybe you want a point right there and you want to add it, then you push that. So with the plus sign, you're adding points.
So how do I play it now?
And now if that's all the ones you want now is the play button, and now you push this. Now it's ready because the screen is white, so push that button again.
It's not moving.
Okay, let's do this one. Okay, let's do this one.
Okay. So we can build
Yes.
it up and whatever.
So now you set your plots, and it's on go because that play button is there and the screen is white. And this is your controller now. So the XY determines what that's doing. And because you have plots all over the place, it's going to make it go like this. Whereas if you have a straight line, it's going to do a curve.
How do I make the straight? I want the lines to go this way.
Okay, so
how do I-
that's the play. So now we need to erase everything. So delete and push all that until all those buttons are gone. The green one, just the green one. You're deleting green. Keep pushing till they're all gone.
Okay.
So now you cleared it.
I don't want that line
So
going horizontal. I
now,
want a vertical line.
now your plus here. This is your If you want a vertical line now you add, and then you're going down, add, add, add.
Okay.
And then now
I can
you have to, it's still in add mode. Now it's in play mode, it's ready, so you have to push the green button. Wait until that turns white. Now you can, there you go. Yeah. You chose one of them to be the controller.
So if this is not moving, this is my controller, right?
Yeah, you don't move them at the same time. You just choose one.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So now you could like add stuff on there. Yeah,
okay.
yeah. And you can do vertical line, horizontal line, a linear line, and I think all of those will create a curve. Yeah. Yeah. Is it time then? I think we're beyond time. Okay. Huh? You guys are gonna have to learn fast on the next two.
It's more specifically this machine learning and yeah, sometimes it's physics. I think it's similar. This is more just like a 10 or right, yeah, exactly. It's like
So we don't get involved in training.
We did do that at the university and Karma. And so, you could, like, if you want something to do a clockwise.
I had this, I was the same. I'm like, what are you making me do? I don't get it. Why? And then you get it and you're like, is that all? Oh, yeah, totally.
we're gonna get ready to switch.
Maybe these guys, oh wait, no, they can't switch because they all have to do it. You have to cut them off.
To try to construct something, but they give them some Lego pieces, so you just add it to them. They can still use it. Where's the stuff?
This kid did originally.
Am I in the way?
I was going to say that when you were doing this, it seemed like it's okay just to use this because we have some cardboard and stuff, but I think just if they just add it on, it'd be fine.
Okay. We need a bell, like a hard stop.
I know.
Because you guys you're going to be rushed at those ones. What time is it now? Yeah, 15 minutes each now. Like, start it now. Start 15 minutes now.
Are we going that way?
Yeah.
Or are they coming this way?
You guys are all coming to the center now. And then all you are over there. You want me to stop?
I don't know. Before it actually worked.
All right, group one, I'm ready for you guys to come over. And then you guys can go over.
Yep, it says new curriculum.
This group is going to the center, and then the center is going to that side. Then all of them are coming over here.
Yes, you do.
We got 14 minutes, guys.
I think yours went good. Mine because our technical difficulties.
I think this is just so new. Like, remember how it was like, I don't know what you mean, man. I'm gonna say clean your brain, clean slate. Don't think about anything. I think that's what I want to do this time.
It's even hard for me to articulate to them. I don't explain it any further. I'm the same boat as you. But I'm gonna switch over the mic.
Oh, go ahead. Oh, yeah, sorry, I forgot about that.
Yeah.
Fell.
Let go, my Lego. See, Uncle Joe's old enough to remember
All right.
Okay.
All right. So we did run into some technical difficulties in our last session, so we're not going to be able to connect our devices to the computer. But what we're going to do instead is, has everybody in this section worked with the robotics by chance? Have you worked with these before?
I have.
Yeah.
Not
Yeah.
sure I have.
Yeah. Cool. So pretty much we're just gonna actually just we're gonna want to today we kind of talked a lot about like kind of inputs and also outputs. I feel like Joe did a good job at making that connection. That AI kind of essentially does the same thing of inputs and outputs. And I think our Lego Sprite Prime kits I think do a good job at being able to bring in inputs. So we have a distance sensor, and we have like a light sensor, and we have a push sensor as well. So what we're gonna do is actually, we'll just make it really rudimentary. I want us to connect the motors. The motors are blue, and I just essentially want you guys to make like a little wagon and to see if we can connect one of our input sensors. It's any of the input sensors you want, then we can try to figure out to see if we can get the program to run and stop the wagon. So there's little pieces in the compartments that we can add and kind of connect our little pieces. So let's maybe construct our little motor to be like our wagon is going to be our designing challenge. So if you guys maybe want to, yeah, it'll be okay if you plug it in the motors and any of the letters.
Mount just one? Or?
Yeah.
Okay.
If you want to just mount that to make like a wagon functionality, that'd be good.
What do we do now? Just build one?
Yeah, we want to build something that's kind of like a wagon.
Although this would work, maybe like a little.
Do they have the other one?
Yeah.
There's two of those white boxes. Yeah. I feel the same.
I'll just help.
I don't know where that. I'm trying to look for the hub, but maybe if you don't find the hub, just we could use that box instead. Yeah.
Do you want me to see if I can connect them via Bluetooth?
Yeah. It might be because of the firmware. We might have to like do some firmware update or something. I think that's the reason why it's not connecting.
And you can go just do it based on the web, right?
Yeah, I think I heard that one too.
You're in Mindstorm.
Yeah, Mindstorm is the one that we want to use since it has like a.
Oh, these different
we were gonna do a machine learning one.
Yeah. Okay.
Where we could add like pictures and stuff. So.
That were kind of custom versus what was supposed to be.
Kind of useless.
Have you guys ever taught a class where there's some kids who are and you have a couple kids who are just
There we go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I try to be positive. Hey, you need more credit. There's these additional things you can do.
Oh, there you go.
Those overachievers love to compete with each other. And they love to hit the girls as hard as they always go crazy. And they'll go
can connect them.
They'll even like, you know, go over there and cut the power cable, you know, put tax.
So now you can move them around when you connect them like that. Yeah.
But you keep them busy. They don't have time to be.
You can try a different one too. There's like this one will be like distance. So if you get closer or something, it'll move too still too. Yeah, that's a good start, Joe. The other part is that when our motors move, we want these to move too. So somehow we can try and figure out if we can connect it to the tire.
That's what I'm trying to do right here.
And I'm gonna change it. And so I'm gonna put some of those bars in there to make it pop a little bit because the worst thing is, you know,
mental AI training.
only remember.
So, for example, you guys have yours, turn yours on. So, the light is on. Here's the play button. And there's already plots set on here. So, I'm going to see if, is this the one? So, I push that, it turned white. I'm going to push this. I didn't really see the plots go. So, I'm now, I move this around. And I can see now, okay, I can't really tell because, you know, I need a visual feedback here. So I will just stick this in there. Can you guys see that? So the plots for this one, somebody created and it's clustered up there. So if I move this along the x-axis, it's going to hit all of them.
Sure. Okay, so base 44.
So we'll give about a couple more minutes. Let's do about 3-4 more minutes constructing our wagon.
Those of you who have coded with text coding or use block coding already have an idea of the flow of the way these programs can go. But that doesn't mean that the creative types can use it. In fact, they can use it at a great level. I would suggest write a paper about the program you want to create. Okay. And if you can't see it in your head, which some people can't visualize, go to a program that you like, that you wish was better, and describe that program. Pseudocode, but even a lot of times pseudocode would be like, okay, print this, ask for this, do this, but that's assuming you know anything about computers, right? We're taking pseudocode to actual English. Okay, not even Java code, which is English, right? We're taking it to the point of, I want a game that looks like Mario. But instead of Mario, I want it to look like Fallout 3 dude, you know? I don't want him to jump up, and because I want an action scene in the beginning to look like it's an open world survival game. But then he looks up and there's a little question mark thing like in Mario. And he jumps up and he hits it, and water falls out. And he can now hydrate himself. Do you see where I'm going with this? Okay, you can, not yet, okay. All right, so, AI, can you explain it to Tom, please? Honestly, that might work, right? You understand how I can say something that sounds too techy or maybe too surreal, but I can say, hey, can you explain this to someone who runs a school who is very iterative? Is that what you say? In the way that you understand logic? Okay, one piece at a time. And I might be able to use AI to do that, but with base 44, what kind of program would you like to write? Or do you know if there's any kind of program you wish was better?
You've already showed us something with your video earlier, just keep on the context.
Yeah. Okay. Show us how to create a video for PowerPoint. Okay, we're going to pivot then. We're going to go to the video thing.
Let's see what happens.
All right, so
if we like, oh, you connected them or something.
Boom.
So if we want to switch back to
I need glasses for this. Right. Okay, so this is a PowerPoint. Everybody's cool with doing that, right? So this, I did not create actually wrote a paper. And I asked Google Sheets, or I'm sorry, Google Docs. I said, Gemini is getting better only in the last week. I kid you not, this is like cutting edge. This is like pretty awesome. Gemini just got better. Gemini was kind of like the kid that had an IUP when it came to,
We have about 1 more minute for our wagon assembly.
Really in a big way. Okay. One of the things like Dr. Toney was saying, you know, it's like these investments. Okay, so Elon Musk wants to make OpenAI, and he did his own thing and kind of went off and he lost money. And it was actually for Microsoft. They put $1 billion into Microsoft. Said, hey, for AI, OpenAI, we want you to make it better. You know what? That really changed everything. Gemini. From the document, you can make a PowerPoint. From the PowerPoint, you can make a video. I'll say it again. Write a paper. You can ask Gemini, can you please create a professional PowerPoint for a presentation that I must give at NAU in about 1 hour. Okay. And honestly, putting that in there, it will cut through some of the red tape. But sometimes I ask it, it's like, and if I'm not clear, or if there are obvious omissions or things I should talk about, please ask me before creating it. And they don't ask me, it's like, hey, I noticed you didn't say anything about this. Would you like to include it? Would you like to do this? And they don't ask me questions. And that's how I created this AI-generated PowerPoint. But then I took about 15 minutes to edit it, right? To go in there and change things, aesthetics, you know, and OCD. But you can use it as is, but you better look at it, right? Because it's like the kids who use AI to cheat, right? They'll give you a thing and it won't make any sense. And you're like, whatever you solve, very advanced, but this isn't nuclear engineering. This is also
Yeah. Because, your battery.
1 minute. All right, we have about 1 more minute. So, nice.
Just popped up. Convert to video.
It's so amazing how fast my students do this.
Yeah.
Even do anything. Oh
No, yeah, they
I just finally.
they pick it up really quickly.
But they would just create.
Yeah.
I was like, I'm going to make a copy of it, and then I'm going to edit it, play it.
You just put your hand on top. It's a sensor.
Yeah.
It's a light sensor.
Yeah, so these will be our inputs, and when you do stuff, and that will be our output is the motor moving itself.
There's that one on the
Yeah. But originally what I wanted to do with the computers is that you could like take a picture of this, and if you showed it to the camera, then you could maybe like move the motor, or if you showed something else, then I'll stop it. Yeah. Yeah, so.
Now, it just
made
said
a wagon.
17 out of 17.
All right, move out. We're gonna start wrapping up. We'll give Mykl 2 more minutes.
Okay, here we go. So,
If our wagon assemblers want to start maybe breaking down our wagons, I know that Joe, you've been working hard on that to see if we can get that to move.
check it out. It created what it's going to say. Now,
some way.
don't rush through. You want to see it.
That's what I was thinking. Something like maybe.
Oh, let's get it. Welcome to this video. That this class made me make. I'm bridging the video. Okay. You need to pitch animation. You want to change it? Yeah.
So like maybe like if we do something like.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
That.
And then you can.
There's like a.
And so that's it, right? And here's your vanilla presentation.
Man, those kids, they figured it out.
Yeah,
Remember last year?
yeah, those kids are quick. It's quicker to me too. I can get it.
Yeah, no.
No, it's too long now.
I was kind of thinking using this one right here.
Yeah, yeah.
But I got the wrong plug.
All right, Joe. You can start breaking it down, but yeah, cool.
If it doesn't work, it doesn't let you type anything.
All right.
We got less than 15 minutes now.
Okay, that's okay. We're gonna have to make some adjustments.
That's what the bug. But I want to be part of the solution. So I'm writing it to let them know. Because this thing is amazing, especially when you choose an avatar. And Finley, I don't like Finley. But look at all the people. This is where I got the people. Remember? Olivia. My daughter's named Olivia, so I use Olivia.
This desk chair feels like a high-performance cockpit.
Yes.
Time to launch with
You know what? I thought I was using the free, but I paid $1.99 for the extra 100 gigabytes because I have lots of mail. But it came for free then after that. So maybe. Yeah, because I think, Lois said she had to pay.
All right.
AI stream, but you're going to notice Gemini is part of Google. Google is part of all of us. So Gemini is
Thanks, Mykl. Appreciate it.
You betcha.
I was trying
Oh,
to
I see.
place
Yeah,
it.
connect it like that.
I was going to have it like this. And then it was going to turn it.
Nice. That's cool though. We'll switch this mic over to you too.
Switch mic? I'm loud enough. Oh, you can't hear?
Yeah, for the stream.
Okay. Extreme. Cool. Hello. Road. All right. All right. Third group. Yeah. Woo. Oh, they had fruit back there.
We got the best presentation.
Did you?
It's your third time.
Oh yeah, yeah. The thing was, each one was different because they had different questions. They wanted me to do different things. Okay. All right. So everybody, the first thing is we ended up showing you guys something you probably already have. It's for free. Okay, and it's called voice memos. Oh, so if you have voice memo. Oh.
We used to call them stenographers or
Stenographer, yeah. The lady who had the weird typewriter who would just go.
real quick.
Yes.
The court recorder.
Yes.
Are they still using it, or are they going this way? What's going on?
They're going. They still have them there, but they are actually having digital device. But it depends on the courts. It depends on the system if they allow that. Because if it says no cell phones, no digital devices on the front of the courtroom, you can't do it.
Then they still have the lady.
And they still have the lady doing it. Yeah.
If I have voice memo on, and could I use that to?
Right now you can. Yeah. Well, I'll show you. Yeah, how to do that. This right here is just recording like a meeting, right? And they can't even have you guys. I don't know. They can't always articulate, right? They can't always speak well, and maybe we're just tired or bored, or maybe the person just talks like this all the time. And today we're gonna go about the budget. Our budget projections for next 14 days. I'm sorry. Next 18 days. You know. And you remember how many times they said, "Oh, I said that," or "Why didn't you do that?" You know, and you're like, "No, they didn't," and you're pretty sure. Well, this is a way to make sure. You do this, and then you think it's just recording, but look at the top. There's that little bubble, right? And you click on the bubble, it's transcribing it for you, and it's on your iPhone, and it's also on your iMac. So. Windows users, I'm pretty sure there's something else there. Android has some stuff as well, but I know the Apple stuff has it for free. Okay, and there might be voice memos if you looked on the Android store. Somebody probably has it, and if it doesn't have it, I can tell you how to write the program. called Base 44. You can talk and create your own programs. But here we go. Let's go ahead and just move on here. Here is pretty crazy stuff. You can take a paper that you wrote. Yes, and that one where I did that presentation for the electrical power, you know, it only had one voice, right? And it was kind of humdrum. And that AI created that whole thing, and I was scared to change it because I didn't want to break it, right? Because I needed to turn in something really quick to the professor, and I needed that, so I did it. But for my real presentation, I'm going to put those avatars in, right? The people who are talking. And I learned how to do that on the presentation for this one. And so you guys want to know how to do that from a paper to a PowerPoint to a video? Okay, so. Okay, so here is a paper I wrote, AI benefits in underserved rural communities, bridging the written English divide. Well, I had wrote about 3 pages of just text, and then what I did is I went to Deep AI, and I said, I need verifiable APA references, and I need this to be formatted in an APA-style paper for a presentation, master's level. Why not, right? Put that in there. And expound upon any ideas, clarify, organize, and proofread. Seems like a lot, right? But I've done this a couple times, and so I know what to say. And if you guys write that down, just say proofread, edit, clarify, and expound. And what it'll do is if you say APA or if you like MLA, you just say MLA style references and verifiable references. And a lot of times I put in there, make sure my references have live links, meaning I can click on it and I can get the article.
Which website is it that you do this in?
Microsoft Word or Google Documents. Oh, okay. So this is the paper I wrote, right? And you say you want a PowerPoint.
So do you go to AI to say extend, clarify, what they have?
Yeah, that's what I usually do.
In the Copilot or any of the
Sure, yeah. And then once I wrote the paper, I don't go to any menus. It might be in the menu, but you know what I do? Is up here, you see Gemini? Okay. This is how it's going to look when you write it, right? But like I told you guys before, maybe, Gemini used to be like the kind of like not so smart friend of a friend, you know, that lives over on that other mesa that you don't really talk to. No, it's like the AI that wasn't that great, you know? And Gemini would make so many mistakes, and it was unusable. But you know what? In the last week, it became great. And so, here's Gemini. I'm clicking the button. That's the little thing right here. And I'm saying, make me a good, I call it slide deck. Hey, where'd you go? Hey, stop taking over. Yeah. Okay. There you go. Thank you, man. All right. Okay. Make me a good slideshow. Slide deck. Presentation with professional look and what? And I like fireworks. Maybe, right? Let's see what it does. I've never done this before, but I just asked it to make a slide deck. Now, I go, you'll notice it says beta. So it's better than it used to be. That's what that means. Okay. And now it's like, it's thinking, it's collecting info. And I know, like Louise was saying, she's like, well, how come it doesn't work right away? And we realized it's like, okay, well, hey, 16 hours of battery life to make one image, you know, but it does it instantly on the servers and stuff like that. We need to be really grateful that we can go grab ourselves a glass of water, come back, and then you can actually see what it's doing. It's like almost thinking the details, sources, add sources, and it asked me some questions because I wasn't that clear. And it says, who is this primary for? Let's say for policymakers and community leaders. It looked in there and it's like, hey, you probably have a different audience. I love this because a lot of times I ask it, you know, it's like, hey, if I was unclear, can you ask me some questions? And then it'll make it better. What level of detail should I have? Concise, balanced, detailed. Well, and I usually do balanced, you know, because I'm like, yeah, you know, there's some techie people, but let's say long, 11 to, let's go medium, 6 to 10 slides. Core themes, AI, case studies, recommendations for future success. It's asking me because it read my paper, and it's like, ooh, good things. And so now I'm going to say next. Okay, my paper is becoming a PowerPoint. I know, right? Isn't that quicker? So those PowerPoints were made, you know, probably 5 minutes or whatever by that. But then I went in, I probably spent an hour just doing little tweaks here and there because I like things to look nice. And then we'll go to the next step. In the last week, because 2 weeks ago when I was using, I always go back, I use about 7 AIs pretty quickly because some of them are doing good. Like right now, people who have Apple devices and they use Microsoft Edge with Copilot on them, that's actually one of the most powerful combinations for references, research, because it can actually read every one of your tabs. So if you have PDFs of all these papers and research, and you can open Copilot, it'll answer from those documents.
So you don't even have to upload it to the chatbot.
As long as you have it there, yeah. It saves a step, right? And you imagine just sitting there, it'd be like having the authors of all these papers right there, and you're asking the group, what's this? And they'll talk amongst each other, but give you a collective answer. It is.
So it's like almost like making Notebook LM obsolete.
All right.
Wrap it up.
All right, we're going to get the PowerPoint here, huh? We want the PowerPoint. Yeah, just keep chanting, guys. We want it. But what I like about this is it kind of lets you know what its brain is doing. It's like, oh, you know what? I found some good images. I'm changing these images. I'm making you new images. No, this is what it's thinking about right now. And it's like refining the structure. I'm now implementing a header and footer policy, acknowledging constraints. You know what? And it's worth reading because if you learn how to talk that way, you become better at talking to AI, right? And you learn how to communicate better, not just with words, but also with the language. I know, huh? Whew. And then I have to watch out because sometimes it'll give you a whole bunch of comments and your PowerPoint's stuck way up here. Because it likes to talk like Mr. Greene a little bit too much.
All right, let's wait a little bit around our section, and we can return back to our seats.
Mm-hmm. And then if you think it's actually not doing anything, if you scroll up, a lot of times you'll see a little Gemini symbol, and that will be moving. And it lets you know, oh, it didn't freeze. So don't be impatient with it, you know. Yes, it's still churning. Oh, here we go. And see, create, and there. And I'm like, oh, good. And I just scroll to there, and then it'll jump. And I'm like, ooh, then I'll go look. I'm like, oh. Uh-huh.
For the environment is I try to only do this once.
Mm-hmm.
So like I write a really, really long prompt.
That's a great point. You know,
Then it gives me what I want the first time. I don't waste time. Every time you do this, it takes the same amount of energy.
yeah.
You know, if we went back and set it to generate again because it didn't generate a slide on something we really wanted in there, you have to redo the whole thing again. That's all that energy all over again.
Yeah.
So my prompts are like a page long.
And you know what? Sometimes you can use some of the more localized AIs to make your prompts better and say, hey, is this going to work out well? And so if you have the deep AI, which will utilize your own computing power, your own battery life, and stuff like that, and if you're generating your own electricity, you can be a better.
Deep AI works?
It's kind of neat because if you load in your APIs and you can set it up and saying, hey, when I'm in this mode, power saving mode, please try to stay local. If you can answer this local, and it does a great job. But you have to learn how to do that because you know what? We need to save power. Oh, did it work? I'm sorry. Oh, it's still going there. I'm sorry, guys. I know I chose like a shorter slide, but it's actually putting in graphics. It might have little animations and transitions. We should, yeah. I'll keep it rolling. Yeah, they said pick up your trash. Make sure you. Yes. Whew. Here we go. It did. Here's a slideshow. Boom. So this is what it just created. Remember you said you wanted fireworks and stuff like that? And so that's what's cool. And then the neat thing is to create a video, now that you did the slideshow, you go over here and you just say convert to video. And it'll make a video for you. But of course you're going to want to edit your slides and everything else before it does that. So, all right, you betcha. Bless y'all. Have a good one. This is all with Google Suite. Yeah. Yep. I'm going to be exploring all the Microsoft 365 stuff to see if they're doing anything like this.
We have Team at school.
Yes.
So is there something like this in there too?
No. Use the Google stuff because it's free right now. And as soon as I learn how to do the Google Slides, the Microsoft 365 stuff, if it has an alternative, I bet you it'll do things that this can't. But it'll be neat to use them both together.
We do have the Microsoft 65, yes. 365.
Yes. Woohoo! All right. So here's your road mic, brother. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you. Let's take a 5-minute break, and we'll come back. Let's use a quick bathroom break. Unfortunately, one of our speakers is not able to make it this afternoon, so we're going to move up our panel discussion and add one panelist to our discussion.
Yeah. Is it on now? Can you hear it? You guys can hear it, right? Hello, back there. Can you hear it? Is this for the camera?
No, it's for the camera, yeah.
Okay. All righty. Good afternoon. I'd like to express appreciation for the meal. It was a fine meal. I know it because it makes me sleepy. So thank you again. Earlier I introduced myself in Navajo, but I was more or less shanghaied into being a board director with for the organization here, Karma, and so here I are. I'm sort of from what you would call a cultural oversight, so to speak, a little bit of spirituality and stuff like that. A little bit of my background on that is something that was sort of imposed on me by my relatives to learn about these things and know about these things. So that's what I do on the side as well. Dealing with the Navajo language and we talked about is I'm also a certified Navajo language interpreter in the courts, NEPA, public scoping, etc. So there's a lot of good information that convinced me AI was one way a very darn good tool to use. So here we are again. Thank the president and also the CEO here and my nephew, Dr. Jones here. So I believe it's a worthwhile, a worthy investment in what we're doing with our time and what have you when you open up these avenues in the mind. I am really impressed with that PowerPoint. In my old days as an instructor, Mike, I sure would have used that. That would have cut time and, you know, a lot of late nights standing up trying to fine tune it and what have you. But it was good. So here we are with the panel discussion. What we have, there's about like 8 items. And what I'll do is I'll just go ahead and use this mic and I'll just pass it on. So do we go by, the questions are going to be out there, so you're going to have to pass the mic around among each other. So Jess and Keanu and the president and then Dr. Toney. Dr. Toney. Okay, then Dr. Jones. Thank you. The first one is okay. Okay. So the little instruction, those of you that have the paper here, is 5 to 10 minutes per questions. Also 1-2 questions from the audience. So after each question, we'll allow 1 or 2, and then we'll move on to the next one. So the first one is, how is your community accepting or adopting to AI technology? And we'll start with Jess.
Hi, my name is Jess Montour. I'm a philosophy major, and I have a particular interest in indigenous philosophy and its connection to like consciousness and AI, I guess. What was the question again?
The question was, okay, I'll tell you how good that meal was. How is your community accepting or adapting to AI technology?
Well, I don't know like what every single person is going through with AI, but I can imagine that some people just want to ignore it, pretend that it's not there maybe or something, but other people are kind of like learning to adapt with it and work with it and try to develop a certain level of relationship with AI. And I think since it's an emerging new technology, I can imagine there's a level of doubt and fear that comes with it as well too. So, but that's just my understanding about it. But I think people, especially with the younger generation, we're learning as we go, and they're having a connection with AI through technology and as new like emerging like a self-driving car in the future and things like that. They know that these things are coming and they're anticipating it. So that's about all I can think of.
Okay.
I'm trying to think if there's like any specific examples of how our communities are, I guess, accepting. You know, I think it's hard to. I think even yesterday I was thinking about driving through a loop, and it's like you go through a loop, and like my mom worked at the boarding school and stuff like that. So just my relationship to just like loop is like running workshops and driving through. And I guess I always ask myself that bigger question too, is just like, how are folks that live in this community, like what do they think about AI? It's just like we grew up in such a rural area that it feels like your relationship technology is non-existent. But at the same time, being in that space, I think it provides a lot of openness to figure out how you want to adapt to the technology or how you can adapt it to your surroundings. And I guess that's always kind of been like the conversation maybe growing up. And I guess I was maybe fortunate or maybe forced by like my dad or parental figures to think differently, because it's like these technologies haven't been around for a while, and so it's like, what are you gonna do as a young Native person? What are you gonna do? What's your responsibility? And I guess this is an example of how I'm adapting it, is that, you know, within our team of Karma, at least, you know, we're willing to adapt it and try to accept it, to understand what are the strengths that it provides to us. There's a lot of drawbacks when it comes to it, because obviously as, you know, minorities or Native people, we're always going to be the first target on the list, whether that's water extraction, resource extraction, mining. There's all these things that's constantly there, and we're always the first one in line to be hurt by it. But we're never in the position to understand it and be the leader of it. So I guess that's my question too, is just like, who and how is setting that example? If you look out into our rural communities, who is that person? We assume automatically it's supposed to be our political leaders. And you assess their understanding of technology and the rapid pace of it. And there's just this constant disconnection of technology or adapting it in a rural context. So I guess there is always going to be this kind of dance with technology, but I guess as Karma, it's just like we're just trying to provide the space and time to explore, you know, what that looks like, because nobody's given us the guidebook. No one's given us, you know, culturally a skidant. They never gave us teachings to say that in your future, in your lifetime, this technology is going to creep up and be banging on your door, wanting water, wanting money, wanting all these things. And so obviously you're not given the answers to it. So then what do we do? And I guess, you know, providing a summit in this sense is just our way or our example of this is what we can do. We can at least provide the space, the expertise, some of the folks that know how it works, and see if it can be applied in a rural sense. And I guess that would be maybe my perspective on how we're adapting to it or accepting it.
Okay. That is a good rendition of saying that is, he said, what the elder says, I don't believe, this is just from my thinking, from my cultural perspective, that is, they really didn't foresee AI, or at least something of this nature coming. But what they were doing at the time is preparing just for about anything, whether it's doing the lambing season perfectly, or going up to NAU and getting your whatever credential there is, or beyond. I believe a lot of the elders at that time, they prepare you for these, to use your 5 senses, your 6 sense, and your 7 sense to get there, whatever means. They say, "Wotlipe." There's a lot of definition in that word, "Wotlipe." Elder Navajos, they said that. And then when they finish that, and then they say, "Halebe," which means maintaining that in a kind of an upward incline type improvement constantly, halebe. But that's what they said. Whatever it is, you're going to have to approach it that way. That's my thinking of these. Thank you.
Okay, so yat adon nishlenige ya ashihi nishle. I'm the Salt clan. Izatlana Bushes Chin, I'm born for the Many Goats clan. Kintlachitni Dashache, the Red House clan are my maternal grandfathers. And Twitachitni Dashanala, the Bitterwater clan are my paternal grandfathers. Look at Jukai Nasha and Dene College de Baaltra Inshle. So I teach at Dene College in Saley, Arizona. And I'm currently chair of the Karma board. You know, as I think about the first question that we were asked on this panel, I would characterize that response as being along a continuum. And at one end of that continuum, community response to AI on Navajo has been just outright resistance. We're not even going to go there. We're not having that conversation. Tota, no way, yiya. bahas hit biyit, you know, to the other extreme, which is, you know, what Keanu and Jess are talking about, that we could be adaptive to it, and this idea that we want to work with AI and instead of in competition, but rather with AI. So a lot of the presentations you heard today, you know, including Mykl Greene's presentation about how do we work with AI. And in our culture, our Diné culture, our people always talk about this concept of how adaptable the Diné people are, and the element of change that has always existed in our cultural worldview, which explains why we've continued to, you know, exist, and explains our resilience as a people today, 420,000 strong in 2026. And so, and in the middle area of that continuum is this idea of, for me, which is hopeful, in that the desire to use AI responsibly, which is what I think, you know, all of us could be invested in and most interested in. And how do we bring people to that point? And that's hopefully what this conversation illuminates for each of us in getting there. Thank you.
Yeah, so I think my community looks a little different. And even in you asking that question, I was thinking, what do I really consider my community here? But kind of outside of the academic community that I've spent the past 10 years in, something that I've really tried to invest more in and going to these conferences and being in these spaces is I'm Puerto Rican. My mom's 100% Puerto Rican. I'm Hispanic. And participating in these organizations, these Latinx organizations, specifically Latinx in AI, who vocalize very similar things that you've discussed, in that they, you know, South America has a lot of land and a lot of resources, that they feel that they're far behind. Puerto Rico is in a very interesting position as well, as being a U.S. territory, but not having all the resources, power, water, all of those things. And so just trying to understand what representation looks like in those spaces, and how to uplift individuals who are, you know, feet on the ground in those spaces, as opposed to trying to just kind of understand and then be the main one doing it. And so that's kind of how I'm trying to participate in my community, and kind of almost redefining what I'm calling my community in this space. So yeah.
Nania. I'm reminded of tribal conferences in Vegas. Usually they have a nice, good lunch. They're fed, wine and dine up to noon, and then they're gone right about now. So do not do that. Teachers. I've been the division director, been in the political climate in the upper echelon of Navajo Nation government. But I want to reframe it as I'm a member of the community. And that's how I want to frame my responses. Is it's a tool. This thing is a tool. It can help us. But you have to define what it is. What's the problem that you want to address? A lot of stuff that we do as Karma, we target young people, because that's the future. That's who's going to determine my senior center, my nursing home, right? And if I don't raise them correctly, I'm in trouble. And I think native thinking is along that line, is always looking out for the best interests of your community, right? And as a community member, being somewhat educated, let's take this tool and apply to a problem solving. I just want to give an example, and I don't want to brag, but you know, I get these text messages, notifications. It's like, oh, Meta's down. certain percents, meaning Meta, Facebook, very much involved in AI development. So it goes up and down. It's a very volatile 1 minute. So it's hard to invest, but it's also very, very extremely impossible to predict the stock market, how it's going to come out and how you're going to make money. But the question I want to ask my friend here is, how close can AI get to all those variables and crunch it, and can it predict the stock market? And if it does, what happens? Because you can't make money, everybody's going to make money at that point. I just want you guys to think about that, because it's that incredible. The question I didn't ask Dr. Toney is, what's qubits? Do you know that?
No.
Quantum computing. It's that next level that's about to jump. And how is that going to change this whole AI? Thank you.
I thought Dr. Toney was talking about quantum leap. These are good. Excuse me. These are good responses and what have you. My community, mainly I deal with. I research a lot of stuff because, as far as understanding the Western language, it's difficult. I have to really go back and reassure myself. And one of the ways I use AI is references, and it is very helpful. Okay, now let's go to number 2. I'll expound on it a little bit later. Is there a best practice to inquire information regarding our native language using tools of AI? State pros and cons. Okay, let me repeat. Is there a best practice to inquire information regarding our native language using tools of AI? States pros and cons of it. Jess?
That's a very difficult question. I'm more about, with language, how a person learns a language and understands a language through like an immersive personal experience with their reality when it comes to language learning. And AI is like an interpreter of our reality. It doesn't experience like in the way a live organism or a human body experiences. I don't understand AI to that level as far as how it experiences and like reprograms itself on its own data and all that. But I just know with a human, it's more like an immersive understanding and connection with our reality, and that's how we learned our language. One thing I know about indigenous language is that we let the other object or the other being communicate to us what it is, not us labeling the other being what it is. So and we have that more of a relationship connection with it, with this other being, whether it's a tree or a rock or this table. There's all these things that are in our reality that we are in a relationship with, and our language like comes from this immersive interconnective experience. And the question of how is AI gonna do that, it will just be through like if you ever have a conversation with a AI, and it's using like word probability on responding to like what you want to hear, or what is like the most probable answer. type of thing. So that's totally different from like experiencing and outputting the most probable answer. So it's a really complicated, deeper question to me.
Thank you, Jess. Hope you all have your pencils sharp. It's way over my head, but thank you, Jess.
Yeah, he's definitely more of the philosopher, I think, when it comes to that perspective. I think it's kind of interesting. I'm trying to think of a response to when it comes to best practices. Obviously, I think this morning was an example of that. If you punch in an inquiry, kind of asking some things generally about Navajo, it does find those things or teachings somewhere. But if you really think about it too, it's based off books, authors, Bilagana authors. It's always been like that for us as Native people. There's always Bilaganas. There's always somebody that's an outsider that's wanting to capture who you are, and they're allowed to. We're so open to allow all these outsiders to gain everything, whether that's knowledge, again, resources, everything else in between. But then when you try to let your own community members in, you just have this you have more of a safeguard of where you're like, no, I don't want that. But for some reason, when it comes from an outsider, it's so much easier just to let go of all your resources, your knowledge. So if you think about, even Toney Hillerman is a Bilagana writer, that wrote all these books based off of Navajo beliefs and understandings and created these characters. And now there's a whole film industry based on that. That's millions and millions of dollars that does not go back to Navajo Nation. And that's the bottom line. And that's the same thing for AI. So it's like, they're pulling, they can probably pull that language from the books that were written back in like the 1900s, learning about Navajo, and that's the creation of where they're creating their knowledge. But obviously we're not, identifying that these authors and people are not of and from the community. So it's like, it's always that instance, even if I take it back to our conversations back at home, ask our parents. My eldest brother is always that, even us and with Jess too. It's just like, we look at our grandma, she's lived like through all these different ages and centuries, or almost feels like centuries. She has this kind of lifetime of experiences, and you kind of question, you want to know, you want to inquire about her experience, but there's a language barrier. There's a distinct distance and disconnection that you have, and I guess maybe that's an example of something that could be a pro, I guess, when it comes to AI. That's kind of our mentality that kind of changes, that we want our answer now. We can't wait. We don't want to wait. We're just going to forget about it. But that's what we're starting to get so used to, is needing things instant. We need it now, happen right now, and that's how my dad is too. If that's I need it to happen right this second. And I think it changes our perspective, our way of asking about this. When it comes from a cultural perspective, it's like, I think that's just interesting, because it's like, you can't just directly ask, give me one sentence of what Hojo means in 50 words. I don't want anything more than that. I don't want anything less. I just want that much. And that's how some people are. That's how some people learn, I don't want to hear the whole story. I don't want to hear the whole moral and sit here for 2 hours listening to your story about maybe your parting stories, or basketball game stories, your cross country meets. I just want to hear about this little section. And I guess that's what it comes down to. When we're seeking knowledge, we don't, sometimes humans, and I feel like that's the disconnection that I have as a Native person. It's about the story. It's about hearing about that start of that journey of wherever that began. Maybe that began from boarding school, and it interlinks with all these perspectives. And that's what AI is trying to do, is trying to connect all these little aspects of what Jess was trying to point out, that AI doesn't have that emotional or lived experience. It just has the contextual text element, and that's it, and that's what it can provide to us. But I guess, when it comes to cultural stuff, I feel like that's maybe for a younger us, we just want, we want to know like specific things within the culture to learn about. But yeah, that's just not how it goes. The learning is in depth because, you know, our practices are connected to so many different areas, whether that's the sky, whether that's the earth, whether that's the water, whether that's the animals, whether that's the time of season. You know, there's all these perspectives, I guess, and times that those can line up to find that answer. So I guess I would just say when it comes to inquiring, yeah, and maybe it's having to be patient, I guess, as an example, but maybe that's just kind of a little bit of my perspective when it comes to inquiring about traditional knowledge or teachings or stories.
Okay, thanks. Keanu, you're out there with philosophers.
Wow, what incredible responses that we're getting. Really rich dialogue that's happening here. When I think about one of the things that I always work to retain, and my son who's immersed in technology development, app developments, incorporating Demystifying and culture with his app creations of including a Toney. I always continually remind him never to forget and our elders, and to maintain that intergenerational dialogue. That these are tools, as Dr. Jones tells us, but we have to retain that human element through that intergenerational conversation and maintain that. And in simple places like the dinner table, put our phones away, have those conversations, ask at that time the questions that we have about each other, about the things that are happening in our world, and which is really a strategy I employ when I'm teaching. I really strive to engage my students in a dialogue like we're having right now. And that dialogue takes the conversation to a much deeper level, makes it more relevant to them, and then we add to that culture, and it becomes a culturally relevant pedagogy or curriculum that we can employ that can reach our in my case, our Diné students in a way that you know, Westerners can't. And I think, you know, we have a lot of educators in our conference today, but think about when you're asking at the beginning of the school year your students to create the rules, the classroom rules. Part of that dialogue could be, what do you think is okay to do when we're using artificial intelligence? What do you think is not okay? Tell me. And then collectively as a group, your students are helping define, and we would be amazed at some of the comments that our students tell us. They'll tell us, oh, no, we can't do that. My mom or my dad, my grandma, they would tell me, that's off limits. So we can't do that, but here's what we can do. And then they're giving us that perspective. And then, you know, that dialogue, I think, is essential to what we're trying to accomplish. And what I think about would be a best practice in trying to accomplish this. Thank you.
Thank you.
The question was best practices to inquire about your language, correct?
The best practice
Oh, sorry.
to acquire information regarding your native
information.
language using the tools of AI.
Yeah.
The pros or the cons of it.
Yeah. So I think something that I don't like is and I can't even pronounce this word very well, is anthropomorphication of AI. So us trying to make AI feel more human-like and assigning it these personas, because we want to see alignment to our beliefs, our stories, our families, our culture, whatever it is. And oftentimes in research practices, I do kind of question why. Why is that the main thing that we're trying to optimize for, of kind of replacing the human specifically? And I think that just a little bit of kind of what you guys are saying is that these tools are useful for a lot of things, and they don't necessarily need to enter into this space of replacing these important, truly human experiences, community experiences, etc. And so I think the pros and cons here being trying to find the line between using it to be participatory in technology, to have it represent you, to have it represent data, but on your terms as much as possible, and not letting it creep in and kind of letting the instant gratification be something that you're always optimizing for. I think, putting our phones away sometimes is like the best practice to do that. But I do think, our experience, the best practices often comes from our personal experience, not necessarily a universal right or wrong in that.
Thank you, Toney. Yes, these gadgets that we have to conform to. But I think language is the basis to culture. So if you can't speak it, how well versed are you in culture? And I talked with Dr. Toney about nuances of AI. AI doesn't have any because its language is entirely based on English. It's a yes or no. It's a very cut. I'm down to 1 minute, so I have to speed up my answer. So for native language, it's nuances. You have to grasp those concepts and the humor of it and put it all in one. It's not very direct. You have to be listening for it and interpreting that richness of that language, the conveyance. So I'm not of the traditional mold. I'm aware of it. I was brought in the traditional way, but I have seen myself lately as a product of the boarding school, and somebody is saying that it's not the way you understand boarding school in the greater society. It's boarding school where they're stripping you of who you are, everything that you are. And they have to rebuild you. It's a stop on me, so you guys are going to have to tune in at some other time. Because the guy that drones on Not Enough Stories took all my time, so there's no equity. Okay, thank you.
I can say, Dr. Jones, is probably an extension of you and he's bringing out. Very well said. One thing I'm kind of skipping here is we went through 2 questions, so I'll probably entertain 1 or 2 questions from the audience on these 2 questions that they talked about, what they expounded on. So any question out there? Just okay.
Yeah. So one question is one of the recurring themes I've heard is the importance of the intergenerational transference of knowledge, the social aspects of language dynamics, and the net mindset is part of what we're talking about, the net consciousness, and how do we transfer that? How is AI inhibiting that, and how is AI, how have you seen AI used to actually ramp it up in ways that you find pleasing and beneficial to the community and your family?
Just let him. Did it?
All done.
Very powerful question. Do they respond to that one, or go ahead? Alrighty.
One thing I could think of is just with any technology is like what it gives and then what it also takes away. But when it comes to what colonization has done to us in the past, it has forced us to live a different lifestyle. We used to live a lifestyle where we just basically stayed in one place and we grew our own food, we raised our own sheep and livestock and everything, and we were connected to each other as a family. And then colonization happened, and we got separated into separate families where we each had to like take care of our own family and that type of thing. I don't know exactly what happened before, like before contact, but I can only imagine it. And when I think about like how AI can help take away some of the stress of what individual families have to do. So like for example, we take time out of our daily lives to like haul water. But if you have like a programming water hauling vehicle that drives itself and hauls water for you, that would be like a big help where you can focus your attention on other things. So what we focus our attention on could be enhancing our identity within our culture, and like learning the language, learning the songs and the dances and the practices and everything that involves with indigenous identity. But then again, water hauling enhances our experience, so it's kind of a give and take. So, but I just know that being forced to work a job and forced to look out for your own individual family, it has taken a lot out of people's lives where we can't focus our attention on our culture as much as our ancestors used to, because being involved with your culture was something we were immersed in 24/7. And then, but in today's world, it's like you have to take time to participate, and that's one of the major differences that AI could probably help with.
I think it's a good question, especially I think the intergenerational transfer of knowledge I think is really interesting. I feel like I would say that it might be a good example to maybe emulate what the Pueblos do, because it's really interesting. You know, they don't necessarily allow technology in the community, but when it comes to the transfer of knowledge through their practices and culture, I feel like that's very strong. And it's kind of interesting because technology doesn't play a role in it. It's very absent of it. And I think that's kind of interesting maybe when it comes from, I think for us, obviously, like my grandma's side is a little bit more Christian, and part of my dad's maybe a little bit more semi-traditional, mixture with like NAC. So, you know, there's a blend of folks is kind of understanding and respect when it comes to cultural knowledge as well. But I feel like in the way it illustrates maybe points or kind of illustrates this tree of connection when it comes to knowledge, I feel like it does a good job at being able to present some of that information and find those connections. Like what I kind of presented earlier in my presentation, I felt like that was an interesting way of conveying and adapting what AI could be in a cultural sense from a different perspective. You know, something I never really thought about that in that same sense, but that would probably just be my response.
You know, I think digitizing some of the existing, you know, in my case, Dene culture that exists out there already, or Dene language, and utilizing AI tools to enhance one's information gathering and knowledge. And back to one of our audience members' comments at the beginning of our session today, which was, in her use of AI, the question she begged was, how does this AI tool seem like it knows me? How does it know what I'm going to ask, or how does it know the answers to concepts or ideas about Navajo culture? And it's because of all of the users inputting Navajo culture, what we're learning about today. And it's informing that answer she's getting in these AI tools. And so that said, I think what then is incumbent on our part is that we then have to undertake seriously the responsibility on an individual level to go verify that source. Back to this idea of intergenerational learning. Shamasana, that dish is this true from our perspective? What about it is true or isn't? Can you correct me where I'm wrong so I come away from this with a clear understanding about my identity? So I have to verify that source. I can't run with it, and say, oh, this is true and this is everything that I needed to know because of the urgency of it. But verify those sources. We've got a lot of elders and the net cultural experts in our communities that we can ask. They're these tremendous repositories of cultural knowledge and language that we can go to and say, back to this idea of hanet. There's a lot of cultural learning in storytelling, and we've got to, this could be one way we could get back to that and that learning.
Really quick, Tom, can you summarize your question? Because Dr. Jones already forgot it. He needed to know what you... yeah, I think... And again, hearing what you guys are sharing, I think something that also is not talked about enough because it is oftentimes resource heavy or resource costly is having local models. And so I think part of the question was, how can we use it kind of to benefit us in a different way? And it might be that you use these more expensive closed source models from these companies to understand the technology a little bit better and understand how to incorporate your sovereign data, essentially. And as a community, as a larger community, run local models that you feel comfortable putting your information in, because it's running, you're hosting it locally, it's not going out to anybody, and you're kind of really cultivating an AI system or tool, and again, this is language focused, that serves your community, and it's not kind of putting the burden of you to necessarily train these other models to represent you better, but you're putting your resources in a tool that is serving your community better. And I do think with time, these models are getting better. These local models are kind of reaching better performance. And so that could be an alternative way of thinking about it, is kind of seeing what performance these tools are capable of, and then trying to run and make more community-driven local models.
So what was the question again?
So on the intergenerational transference of knowledge, have you seen AI used in ways that inhibits it, or also ways that have magnified it? You and I have had conversations about how the use of even the smartphones in various ways, it's a disruptor to our family conversations around the breakfast table. And AI is a disruptor.
Right.
When it's not used, or when it is used in certain ways.
Okay.
Counter to that, what ways has AI been actually something that has benefited our communications and conversations as family through tech?
I think I raised my kids around the dinner table, the concept of the dinner table. Right. So I purposely did that just to challenge them to earn their breakfast, maybe. Right. So this guy, so we'd read Walt Whitman, right? So the next breakfast time is you got to stand up and you got to say something about that poetry. And so he struggles. So he's kind of complaining about those days, right? When he was the youngest and always struggling. But you got to put them in those positions too, so they could overcome those and be successful, I guess. So I think a lot has to do with the custom. On one hand, you're pressed for time, right? On the other hand, you don't have the luxury of that cultural laid-backness of it. Not the way I see the world. Bears' ears just dropped on us just the other day. Thousands of acres just disappeared, cultural acres, just like that. How do you defend against that? Can you marshal up the lawyers to respond to that? What about if we try out AI? Can it respond to those? We got to use it as a tool, I think, and know how to use it as well. And I think that's a defense mechanism we could utilize to our advantage. And one last thing before she cuts me, that's my wife's shutting me down back there. Who's seen the film One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest?
Juicy fruit.
Ah! So the Indian was the smartest of the character in that movie by that word. He could read and he could speak, and he just outsmart the whole prison staff, basically. So he's the hero. And I guess it's a lot like that. We're subtle about our approach. And that's the way we've always been, and we should be, and strengthen that trait through our children, through our grandkids. So it's different now. So we used to read Walt Whitman. That's why he's anti-American English written books, right? But unfortunately, you have to thrive in that to prove yourself. So you have to be bilingual. The bilingual we're still talking about, because that language teaching is another challenge, is how is it that they get interested to speak it. Today, it's not in their economy to speak it because it takes time. It takes time away from this, right? This is more important than speaking, I think. So my granddaughter, my first, no screen time. And you have to speak to her in Navajo. You can't just speak to her in English, is the rule that they impose from the same. So that's the intergenerational, that dynamic that's going on. Thank you.
Very good comments. Very good. Thank you for the question there, Tom. The next one, number 3, it says, with technology growing at a fast pace in our native communities, how are we as indigenous people safeguarding our culture? Example like way of life, traditional values, practices, sheep, cattle herding, agriculture. We'll start with Dr. Jones here. We don't want to steal his thunder again.
I think one of the ideas that emerged was, what if we came up with a robot sheep herder for grandma's sake? Grandma's never going to let go of the sheep, ever. So how is it that you use technology to help her in ways that she can utilize the technology, not be outside of it, not feel like she's not part of it? I think that was one of the challenge to make it easier, not to convert her totally to AI. But I think we talked about it that way. In terms of the farm, I think we're working at a model where can we create our own micro farm to grow using AI in a very scarce resource environment. No water, very little grass, and that's the challenge, I think. But that's been the challenge always. You have the Anasazi, you have all these tribes that produce food in drylands. But today, we've gone the wrong way towards the USDA model, where we have to pour fertilizers, lots of water, all that stuff. And so we're getting away from the old ways again. So, thank you.
We didn't even use more time. Yeah, I think based off of also like the audience here, I think a really good use case is in education. In the sense that I think teachers have a lot on their plate every day, and that if you're able to use these systems to help yourself but also help your students, and reach students maybe who have different levels of learning capacity, whatever that might be, that these tools really are good because there is a lot of data out there on that, at helping to support students, and then also for teachers, like with the workload that you all have, using it for those capabilities. So again, I think kind of thinking about using these tools in a way that is personal and personalizable for you, while protecting kind of the boundary of how much information you want to give it, so how much cultural relevancy you want it to have, things like that. But I think that's the biggest thing that I've noticed. I taught a couple classes in college, and it was, I did notice that it was very helpful for students in a way that I think, though I'm not as old as Dr. Jones, I am still a bit older, so I didn't grow up using these tools as a support for my education, and kind of seeing how they almost like more intuitively understood how to use it to support themselves, is a benefit.
I think one of the things that we've been hearing about is this concept of data sovereignty, and how as Indigenous people, we need to be in control of that repository of digitized Navajo culture and language content. And based on that, control how that's disseminated and to whom. And as it is right now, we were having a conversation in one of my groups earlier today about this idea of a lack of AI policy. It's sort of the cart before the horse type of thing. And we've heard this idea of right now, our country, our world is embarking on an AI race. A lot of us heard about the race to the moon. Right now, we're in an AI race against China, against Russia, and the United States is trying to maintain their edge ahead of these international groups. And I went to a conference on AI that was hosted by the Arizona State University School of Law, Sandra Day O'Connor School of Law, and we were having similar conversations. And in that conference, some of the things they talked about was this idea of data sovereignty and having closed networks. And forgive me if I'm not using the correct terminology, but these closed networks that Dr. Toney's talking about, that only, in our case, the net people have access to, and then we control who then is utilizing it, and that it then remains sacred. And for that, ceremonial use or for cultural teaching. The other is, I think a lot of our elders are feeling excluded as a result of the fast pace of technology and now AI. And some of them are saying, hola, I don't know what you're doing. I don't bother that. It's not up to me. And they're also beginning to distance themselves from it. But I don't think we want that either. We have to think about how we include them in this, because they must be involved. And short of saying revering our elders, we have to continue to do that and maintain that intergenerational learning that solidifies their place in community, even in this age of AI, so that they remain included and involved and help us define what those guardrails are for our young people on responsible use of AI moving forward. And we can still be in a position to help steer that in the right direction.
Thank you.
I want to get a question over here.
It's just the questions again, but yeah, I think that's definitely a hard question because it's like, yeah, you know, when you go out to Loop or you go to Wonder Rock or different areas, Crown Point and stuff, is like there's no AI. You don't see it in you don't see it in the gas station. You don't see it at the school very much. You don't see it at the post office. You know, so it's like how do you build that relationship again? Like how do you understand the applicability of AI in the sense, you know, of being out and maybe Hopi. You know, it's hard to imagine sometimes, and that's how I always kind of feel like when I go out to the different communities and do like robotics and stuff like that. I'm like, oh yeah, you can have a career. But then you look at your community and you're like, there's no jobs. There's no job opportunities. There's no jobs to say that, oh, we want a data scientist in Crown Point. We want a data scientist in Tuba City. You know, we want a programmer out in like Loop. Like, are those jobs ever going to come to that rule of a location? Is that technology needed in that location? So I guess that there is always going to be this kind of disconnection. It always kind of feels like that of just like, what is quote unquote the real world? You know, is it the Billigano world that we live in that's real? Because we're tied to this like social security thing and that's the only way that it feels real, or we have a CIB, then it feels like this is the real world, or you know, living in downtown LA of Loop, Arizona, is that the real world and functioning there? So I think there's always this kind of, I think for me I think that's what we're kind of saying. There's, you know, there's the horse before like the carriage kind of thing, and I feel like it's always hard to make those connections. And I guess with our programs, I always kind of emphasize that we can build that relationship. Like we can utilize media to build that relationship, to fictitiously create examples of how we can use technology in a rural sense. Even like what Dr. Jones said, is like, you know, what if we made a short film to showcase AI in the sense of being a sheep herder? That's never been seen before in a Navajo or Native community, but what if we did? Then that at least provides a canvas for us to see, to say, oh, you know, this is an image that I see of a relationship that we can develop in the future of how this technology can be used or implemented in that sense, whether it's a cultural practice, whether it's agriculture, whether it's, you know, some sort of not necessarily ceremonial or maybe silversmith. There's these maybe tools that can be, you know, applicable in that sense. And so I guess that's another way of looking at it.
Thank you, Keanu.
I guess I could share a story about how I attended a Dene wedding recently, and the female family was hosting the wedding in the Hogan, and one thing that they said was, please turn off your phones, and don't take pictures, don't video record the wedding. And not everybody, some people still had their phones out and they were taking pictures and all that, but I wanted to kind of go into further depth on that, on how, like when you're attending a ceremony like that, or whether you're in a church setting or a setting where you're there to have a spiritual experience, having your phone out puts a barrier between you as a human and having that experience. There's a barrier when you're taking pictures. Because right now you're having this human experience moment, and then you pull out your phone to take a picture, and you disconnect yourself right there from that experience. So when people understand like our relationship with technology and like the psychological relationship with that, there's more and more people who are stressing that we need to have a technology detox, where you have to turn off everything that's electronic, and it kind of heals your brain, heals your mind, because all this technology, it comes with a certain level of stress. And it's like if you have your phone, your mind wants to know the emails, it wants to know the text messages, it wants to know the new video on TikTok or whatever. It feels like it's missing out on something. And our mind is constantly distracted by that, like every day. So when it comes to our culture and things like that, it's like we need to remember that we are humans, and we have a human body, and we have to really immerse our human body into our reality. And that is very important when you're participating, to have to connect with a spiritual experience in whatever we believe in, and detoxing yourself away from technology will only hinder that experience. So
that question has a lot of arrows pointing from it. Real briefly, what is it they say? We got to live together. That's what it brings about on these the culture, a way of life, traditional values and practices. Pretty much those, I would say, AI has to kind of take a back seat. On the other end, for profit, like sheep, cattle raising, agriculture, definitely has a place. That's my belief. I appreciate the opinions y'all putting out there. The reason I say opinion is when I have people or a group of saying, I believe, this is their opinion. I think they say, but if they say I believe, I know it's a statement. It's a claim. Thank you. Any question? One or two? Going around? Everybody took up all the time. The boss is still here. Going on? Okay. The next one, 4. As a community member, leader, professional, how do we bridge this technology to our native youth in our community? What are similarities or differences between urban and rural communities? Go to town, guys. Yeah, that's pretty interesting.
I feel like my answer is the same for this question. Well,
number 4.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think one I don't know if anybody's watches movies today, but like one movie that just came out was a Toy Story 5, and it shows the kids in the movie, and the movie's about having an iPad. The kids were playing with toys. All of a sudden, they stop playing with toys, and they're just totally entranced and captivated by this screen that has all these fun games, and it hinders their relationship on how to make friends. Younger children, I myself included, we have communication issues. It's hard to make friends. It's hard to know what to say. Having that communication intelligence, and with children, if they're too much immersed into AI, too much immersed into technology, it hinders how they communicate and relate to the world, to our reality. So just like what I brought up with how we need to enhance our human experience and remember to try to participate on all the things that we do that allows us to be human, and then have AI aid our experience rather than take away from it. So
I think I agree with Jess too about that about that point. I think I guess I would assume that I fall under probably just the community member, and also just doing a lot of workshops and interfacing with some of the folks in the community. I think it's just always interesting. I feel like I kind of bounce in between both, like rural and sometimes urban. But I feel like I've been spending a lot more time in the urban setting. So I feel like being immersed in that world, I think definitely makes you look at how do you utilize all the things that are kind of at your disposal in more of an economic means. It's always about productivity. It's about how to make your life a little easier. How do you make money utilizing these things? So I think there's, when there is a technological divide between being able to have access to those types of things, or at least even just knowing about it, I think it does hinder some youth maybe in their understandings of what is actually possible for them. And I think that's probably just more of the unique thing that Karma does is I've been, mostly designing our programs to kind of mesh both media and robotics and coding. Again, I like to use this analogy of a canvas, because I really think it is almost a blank canvas for us as Native people when it comes to building relationships with technology. I think over these years, that's how I'm kind of better defining what Karma does is we're identifying and building ways of building relationships with technology. And that's really the heart of what we do. And so I think I mentioned before is you can create media as a huge influence in being able to provide that for youth. That's something that youth kind of understand, but also is a huge skill set. So that's the thing that we kind of harp a lot about is workforce and skill set. Out in Loop and Birch Springs, how can you provide and build skill sets in coding or even in media? Because when I think about that nowadays and even today, that's something that I see a lot is, social media is completely covered in media. That's how I dissect it. I look at it and I'm just like, this is all the stuff that I learned growing up on my own. And I'm just kind of like, if we design opportunities for folks to just have their hands on the camera, on the editing software, being able to just send code from the robotics and stuff like that, that's, I think, in their lifetime, I feel like that's just the world that they're going to grow up in is interfacing with technology. So how do we build that relationship that can be reciprocal or maybe responsible in that way? It seems like that's always, and another aspect is just wanting to identify more in a meaningful relationship with technology. So, yeah.
Thanks.
I think we could look at this from the perspective of a glass, instead of a glass half empty, but rather as indigenous people, a glass half full. And that we have and can bring to the table a competitive edge that no one else can bring, that the Diné people can bring, that the Hopi people can bring, that the Pueblo people can bring. And that creates that competitive edge that allows us to effectively compete in a way with that indigenous knowledge and hopefully responsible use of that indigenous knowledge with the application of AI. At the same time, when you think about the question between the differences between urban and rural, part of the challenge is that thought process. And if more and more of our Diné people our children are being raised in English only, that's a linear thought process. Explaining, I want it now. I can't wait. Versus the way many of our first language speakers of Diné think, which is very holistic. And the essence of storytelling. I could assign my students to interview their Masana, their Che, their Nale, about where this herb is located on that mountain. And the student will arrive at their grandparents' house and say, Shosh Che, where do I get this herb? Where's it at? Up there. Can you tell me? And I only have 5 minutes. And Che's thinking, go put some coffee on. Sort of saying, this is going to take a while. cool your jets, calm down. And the story begins from where they're at, and it's a journey to that plant. It's a journey about the holistic perspective of Shamanahostan, the earth, and what we see there. And oh, there's this shrub, there's this plant, there's that tree, and you're like, not those, Grandpa, I want that one. And it's like, hold on, we're getting there. You know, but re-teaching that importance of that concept. And earlier Jess was talking about a technology detox. Well, I think as Diné people and indigenous people, we need to bring our children home more often. They need to make it a point to come home more often and to see how we live on a day-to-day basis. You know, I appreciated Mykl Greene's presentations and a lot of these approaches of living on Navajo, and the fact that we continue to experience a digital divide, that we have minimal infrastructure in water and electricity access. Those are our realities on a day-to-day basis, still on Navajo. And part of that rural experience is experiencing that and what that entails. How many of our children know how to chop wood? How many of them know how to build a fire? How many of them know how to cook on an open fire? How many know how to haul water, where those watering points are? You know, I watched earlier that movie about the Odyssey, and it was really intriguing, and they were talking about the end of a civilization, which was upsetting, but thinking about where we're going and the drought that we've been experiencing and the overload of electricity that these data centers require. I was reading an article on U.S. News about the data centers utilizing 6% of the U.S. electricity to power those data centers. And they're projecting, when they talk about predictive analysis and AI using that as a tool for predictive analysis, they're projecting that by 2035, that it'll triple, and it'll be utilizing 18% of our electricity by 2035. And in the midst of this heat dome, we're taxing our air conditioning systems and creating blackouts. And now, you know, the U.S. is asking these data centers to utilize their backup systems, your generators, to avoid taxing the electrical grid to maintain the operation of these air conditioning units. You know, so lots to think about. And at the same time, living in an urban setting, we have access to all of that. We can turn on the water. I could just adjust the heat and the thermostat. I want cold or hot. I could automate it with my phone. I can turn my lights on and off remotely. I could make it appear as though I'm home to avoid, you know, unwelcome guests. But on the converse side of that, rurally, you know, what do we, you know, that concept of organic food and what do they call it? Farm to table. And where does our food come from? Do we even know where our food comes from anymore? And how are we teaching and reteaching our children about those concepts, which remain essential knowledge to their survivability in the future, because we don't know what our future is going to hold given where things are at.
I'll also try and keep this brief. I think based off the question talking about the urban and rural communities and also just Native youth, something that I noticed really quickly that was like very obvious was when I worked with Tom students actually at Little Singer, was that the female students were just as excited and engaged just as strongly as the male students across all the grades that we worked with, and we worked across all the grades there, whereas students that I've worked with in urban places that's not the case. It's very clear that the female students are not as interested or pretending to not be as interested, and that also that the male students seem to have a stronger intuition, I kind of hate to use that word there, but just about things that are technical over female students. And so that's something that on a more positive note, that I find really incredible about these tools and technologies is that it's starting to make more equitable representation along gender lines, but also I think with minorities. I just looked this up because I just graduated, and it's like, I forget the exact female statistic. I think it's something like 25 or 30% of computer science PhDs are female, and it's like 1% are Hispanic. And so I can only imagine for other minorities that it's a similar statistic. And that's an important kind of like representation as well, is that maybe in certain places it's not totally obvious that, and it's not the truth that technology is the most important thing to be investing in or building in, but that with stronger representation and kind of removing, that it's a white male dominated predominant field, that there will be creativity and ways to use these tools and technologies in these communities in a way that makes sense for the communities and not just kind of the blueprint. Oh my gosh, you have no time that we see.
Okay.
You take all my time. Thank you.
Timer, since the previous presenter didn't show, we can allow, and I make the rules, and I'm always right. Go ahead, Doc.
I want to get a step away from AI for a sec and recognize some human talents and values. I think, 90% of the room is educators. My hats are off to you. That's a tremendous amount of work, I think, undertaking. I know there is success values based on the teachers that I know and work personally with. So I want to recognize our lead maverick teacher, Mr. Tom Thomas. You have a very set goal in education, which is to teach to standards. Not a lot of room outside of that, as my understanding, but he takes the time and effort to integrate that STEM aspects of it, those engineering possibilities. And I like that approach, but that's of the teacher's choice and endurance, if you will. I also want to thank Sarah there from Greasewood. And especially her, not because she's gender, we're not gender-based here, but I think tremendous teacher. I can rightfully say she's very successful at her approach. My son is a professional engineer right now as a result of her efforts, and I went on field trips with her and her class way back when, and I think they gain a tremendous knowledge from that too. AI, it would be very difficult for AI to give credit to those learning aspects of it, I think, because you still need that human element, that connection, as I understand it from a teacher. I also want to thank our two guests from Hopi, and we have a partnership with McKinsey. You're not the rich McKinsey, you're just McKinsey. But you have a lot of influence in your community and what you're doing and the approach you're taking. And she's utilizing drone to involve students, very, very smart students that we had the fortunate to visit and talk with too. So I wanted to recognize a unique individual among us that's sitting a lot of talent. She's very involved in the new series that's about to hit I think it's already on, right? Dark Wind. So we have somebody very instrumental in that set. So Christina, and she's from Pueblo. And then we don't appreciate our artists very much, and they do so much. Very creative, very durable too. And Miranda's husband just took off. So I think those are the elements that keep tied. Those are the binds that keep us together, keep us close to the idea of culture, I think. And they're world renowned, just like the Code Talkers. The Code Talkers make Navajo. I could debate with my uncle here about, is it Navajo or Dene? Is it Dene? Navajo. I would say Navajo only because the Code Talkers made that famous, and that's who we are. But to my Spaniard colleagues, that's nothing more than a raider name for Indians. But I'm very proud of that too, and that's my choice. Whereas for me, Dene would be more homeland based. It belongs there, and I can't take it outside of it. So that's just my perspective. And we'll debate this long after we dismissed from here, but I think he has a lot of cultural teachings to offer, but you have to ask, and they'll give you that education, I think. So these folks are waiting for the great Navajo presidential debate, and they're anticipating a new leadership, hopefully a new, but I think AI has a role in that if they can only understand the impacts and how they could utilize it too. So I think we're a migrant community. We migrate to the cities and we live there. We can't own, I'm not sure why we can't own homes, but I think that's the first thing you do is you purchase a home because it goes up in value over time that you stay there. So we're renters and we rent somebody else, our billionaire elitist friends, right? So I kid these young generation because they're anti-capitalism. And so they're just nothing but anti-capitalism. They just want to, but let's take that value and let's turn it around and let's use it to our advantage, right? Let's use that resource to build better AI systems to defend our needs because we're so few to respond, I think. So I think that's it. But in the rural community, I'll tell you one thing. I'm glued to this, right? 3 o'clock a.m. I want to know which way the stock's going to go today. And you know who I ask, right? AI. AI gives me the whole rundown in seconds. So that's me. But I'm isolated, rural community. And I'm doing this right at home. And I never want to go to Phoenix. I don't know why people go to Phoenix and they spend all their time there, but that's just me. I think being with the sheep, being at the homeland, that's my choice, I think. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Jones. Before we get to the last one, a gentleman over here, Jess, he mentioned something about a wedding and what have you. You know, and I'm sure our relatives over there in the front of Mesas and stuff, you know, the Hopi side, you have also your perspectives on how you handle marriages and things like that. With us on this side, it's something that happened way back before we were even people, the dawn of time, where somehow or another the son kind of stole the white shell lady, and that's how the talking God was, his granddaughter had met this man in secret. So the first lady, the first woman, the first female, she kind of implored on first man to say, you better do something about our child here that we adopted. So it was given to our grandpa, the talking God. And there's a ritual similar to that took place. And based on that, marriages are performed that way traditionally. And as we came out down here, the person, before they marry him off on the man's side, of course, the women folk, they have their training over there too, the aunts, the uncles and the grandma and them, the women ways, the females' responsibility in life. So this young man's got to first have a knife. You know, a young man, Navajo man, should never ever be without a knife. And then
The operative is young, so
number 2, you got to have an axe, a wood chopping axe. Number 3, you got to have a shovel. Number 4, you got to have a horse and whatever's on there. And then number 5, you got to have a rope. Those are the basis essential of life. And I met a brother of mine from the Hopi. He had some implements. He said, this is the Hopis. This is all you need to grow, live, and live on the land. Pretty much like that. In our ways, that's what you have before they assign you or they bequeath you to a beautiful maiden over there. So they do that. You got to have that, you know, knife. You got to. These tools you need. Those are important. Those are survival tools. And then when they go over there, there's a reason that they once they get married, the ceremony they have little different variations. They made sure the marriages are like in the hot weather, like summer, June, somewhere in there. And they want to make sure the baby is born like springtime. Because by the time the baby grows, it'll be 6 months, it'll be like cold weather, and the baby's already strong enough to take it. That's how the overall planning of this was long before, you know, people have weddings in the middle of winter and all that. But that was just the essence of it that I can relate to what Jess was talking about these things, how we feel that there shouldn't be any interruption in between. But that's just the spin that caught on me. So this final one, there's a question number 5. You want to ask more questions, or shall we wait till number 6? Okay. Okay, let's number 8, we're going to open it to the audience. Okay, we'll leave it there. Okay, number 5, if you were the designer of a data center, what and how would your data center work? Is it as harmful or not? In our communities, how do you feel is best to inform families on the drawbacks of the data centers? That's a mouthful. Run it again? Okay, a little faster now. If you were the designer, if you were the designer of a data center, what and how would your data center work? Is it as harmful or not? In our communities, how do you feel is best to inform families on the drawbacks of data center? Dr. Jones?
Again, AI brings in the idea of data center, and so you would have to understand the two. On one hand, it's very wasteful. I think the way it's being prototyped across the country, but in the future, technology itself will solve the problem of the need to use more water. I think as it goes along, it'll improve itself, especially the cooling systems, all that stuff will be improved as a result of just the inefficiency of it. But it doesn't make any sense to me to build a data center right in smack in the middle of the desert like Phoenix and then New Mexico. And I think here it just goes against our concept that we don't have water as we used to. So there is no way we should entertain the idea of a data center smack middle. And Luke, I think we did have that discussion come into the community as well.
So you didn't say how you would build it though. You just said you would make it.
Design?
Yeah.
So we have this idea, this country, China, they're making all the investments in solar. They see something in that, and there's a huge investment. The United States under Trump, remember that name, Trump, is the opposite. It's just, you're not going to compete. So they're setting themselves apart in terms of the technology and not how they're going to dominate the technology sector. That's what it's about. Trump doesn't have an understanding of all that. So everything's back in reverse. Coal mining, these types of generation of electricity. So if I was to design it, I think you'd have to utilize, somebody was saying, Mr. Greene had the idea of a solar network. You could utilize that because the sun is there. It's almost free. The technology is already there. And I think if you could utilize it to your advantage, you should, like on Navajo. But what NTU, this after 40 years, I think we were sitting there without electricity when I got married into this community. And we finally got electricity. And it's like people say, oh, it's going to be great for you guys now. Everything's going to be easy. But it's hard to accept it because we use solar up to that point. So what that utility company, the Navajo Utility Company, is going to do is it's not going to integrate the energy produced by the solar into the system. There's no way they're going to do it. So we're totally dependent on something that's going to go off and on, probably very wastefully generated somewhere. So it's not looking at that architecture. That's the way that you're looking at. So more efficient data center. Thank you.
Okay, so I'm not an engineer, so I don't actually know how I would design it to be more efficient. But to kind of answer, I think, how to design it to be more efficient or more environmentally responsible, ethical, efficient. No, I've lost my train of thought.
You have no idea how to design it.
Oh, going back to educating, I think going through a computer science program and education in grad school, we are not, there is no component of it that really teaches you about the environmental impact. And I think just now it's starting where some of our research, our conferences are requiring that you put in an environmental impact statement in your papers that shows that you did the computational analysis on how much your experiments cost and what effect that might have had. And so I think that's a huge missing link between the people who use it as researchers versus the people who build them and are profiting from them versus the communities who are having their resources taken from them and depleted from them. So, sorry, that wasn't totally the answer to the question, but something that I am more familiar with and have think about.
Okay, so in thinking about this question, many of our cities are built based on a city plan. Ideally, our 110 chapters should have town plans that zone off particular areas of land designated, in this case, for data center construction. And for me, one recommendation I would have is that those data centers be most removed from human population and the least negative impact environmentally on our animals, especially the endangered species. And the reason I say that is I read another report about some of the, they're characterizing a health earthquake that's happening from these data centers, resulting in pollution, air pollution that's causing asthma, that's causing respiratory deaths. Another is water pollution. And for those data centers that are recycling that water, they're unknowingly recycling bacteria in that water, and I think Meta was recently called out on one such claim. And the other is noise pollution. And that these data centers are emitting noise that is aggravating to us as human beings. That's disrupting our, what do you call it, homeostasis, and resulting in health problems such as sleep disturbances. And these are only becoming known after the fact, with people living within close proximity to these existing data centers. So knowing that now, we're armed with information that we can make informed decisions and best practices on how and where to develop these data centers. And if you look at the Navajo Nation and you access some of their websites, I continually saw AWS on their carrier of all that data. And I'm like, what is AWS? AWS. And it's Amazon Web Service. And I only know this because in my class, the Pearson textbook ebook system went down in the spring semester. And Pearson didn't go down, but the Amazon Web Service went down and disrupted students' access to the e-textbook and disrupted a lot of business and education and organizations who upload all of their digital data into the Amazon Web Service. So our world is becoming increasingly digitally connected and reliant on these huge web servers that are stored in these data centers. And as much as we want to say we don't want data centers, the reality is, I don't know that that's the answer we can profess anymore, because this data has to be stored somewhere. And if we're talking about data sovereignty, and if as Indigenous people we want to control that data sovereignty, the reality is we might have to have and invest in our own data center. And we're going to have to go there. But we should ideally go there armed with information on making it most conducive with the safety and well-being of our people and our animals, our cornfields, and our livelihood. And how do we do that? And a lot of our Dene philosophy involves Nahata, planning. We already have it. It's inherent in our perspective, in our worldview, in our practice. We have to utilize that, bring it out, dust it off, utilize it. And how do we strategically, and Dr. Jones is always challenging us in karma, in our team on karma, is as Dene people, we have long possessed, we were and are engineers, minus the degree. We've always fashioned the world to solve everyday problems in our environment. Take, for example, the screen door in our houses. Many of our relatives cut tires, use tires as the spring or the door to open and close it, We didn't buy metal hinges. We just used an existing tire to help open and close those doors, that kind of thing. And the other is with everything in our world, there's always a cost and benefit. And we know the cost all too well with AI, but there are also some benefits that we're coming to know about. And this concept of hojan, and how do we hojango ina ajdolil, balancing that cost and benefit, okay? But again, it's inherent in our philosophy, in our world, our perspective as the Net people.
Thanks. We're getting got the 1 minute sign too, but yeah, I kind of wrote that question because I was always really interested. I always wanted to pose that question to just community members or people with the, Native folks specifically, because yeah, we operate and live in a world, unfortunately, that was created, obviously through a Westerner's point of view. Even if we think about cities, the design of cities would be very different if Native people were the designers, Obviously, we would take in consideration everything that we inhabit. So when you think about data and maybe the livelihood and the impacts, the cooling, are there other methods into cooling systems and technologies like that, I think is always really interesting to kind of think about. But I think, yeah, I think a lot of it is mainly just identifying things and strategies, I think, to go along those lines. I feel like I got something else, but I kind of keep losing the train of my thought as well. But I would just maybe encourage us, even if we leave here, spend time thinking about that. I think we always should think that, it might always feel like we're absent maybe from those decisions being made, I guess, when it comes to the implementation of those. But yeah, it seems like we still want to have a responsibility that is responsible not only just to human, but to other people as well. But yeah, there's a tremendous amount of impacts for sure.
I think my time's up, but I don't know. I don't really know much about data centers, so I just know there's a lot of issues that come with them, and all I can think of is our human usage of of when we use AI, and AI has to take energy it takes energy from somewhere. So we have to kind of just think about that the same way we use electricity or anything in our homes. When we use AI, that AI has to use energy. So we just have to be mindful on how we use AI and just maybe not make it your friend to have a conversation with all night type of thing, because that wouldn't be a good usage of AI. You got,
No chat bot after 10.
Yeah, I don't know. So if you're gonna use the AI, make sure it's for a good reason to help you. So just try to keep in mind of your data usage on AI and how that relates to the usage of data centers, and yeah.
Thank you, Jess, and also the rest of the panel. Thank you very much, and then the audience listening in and so forth. So with that, I know the president and Keanu, I missed their meetings twice, and this was the way I have to pay up, see. No, I thought you must say that. However, but it's a very a viable organization. It has a direction. It's going there. It's, the longevity's on the horizon. You see it, so it is a good organization to be proud of. However way means that I'm capable, I'll assist. Thank you, Keanu.
Cool. Well, you can give a round of applause for all our panelists and our moderator, Joe, as well. But yeah, so to kind of close out for today's session, I just wanted to just pose this up here. But yeah, I just want to say thank you to everyone, and also our volunteers, Angelica, Lynette, Cheryl, Loretta, and everybody else. Definitely, I feel like, we always kind of come across this subject of nepotism and things like that, but I think within our community, within our own home, within our families, this is the only way that we build strength and capacity within our communities, is being able to have, again, rich dialogue, having to be open-minded. Even these discussions can be maybe boring or hard, but, I just want to say thank you again for everyone for participating today, going through all the different activities and trial and error process with us. We appreciate the feedback. And so there is an exit survey that is in our folder. So if we could try to fill those out and give to our volunteers or folks or myself, then that would be good. But other than that, we would just like to also thanks for folks maybe tuning in on our live stream. So this is kind of our first live stream that we're kind of testing out. So maybe in future events, we'll continue to try that out. But yeah, I just want to say ahiaha, and we hope that folks come away from today with something that's a little bit different, and also something that maybe you're willing to try and test out in your own classrooms as well. But yeah, so appreciate it, and if